I remember the first time I saw the forest. The locals called it Bloodroot. Simple enough, I thought. But there was something about the way the trees leaned toward one another, their trunks gnarled and blackened, as though whispering secrets to each other. Even from the edge, I felt it. A pulse beneath the earth, subtle at first, like a heartbeat hiding beneath the soil. I had always been drawn to the edge of danger. Reporters, writers, thrill-seekers, we call ourselves seekers of truth. And Bloodroot promised a story no one else had dared to tell. The old maps labeled it a protected reserve. But maps lie. Sometimes maps are built to warn you away. And I had learned that the warnings are usually the only honest part of them. I entered at dawn, the mist curling around my boots, clinging to my jacket like a living thing. The forest welcomed me with silence, though it was not empty. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked with the sound of a bone breaking. I froze. The sun was a pale smear behind the canopy. The air smelled faintly metallic. I shook my head. Old stories, I told myself. Fear was contagious, and the locals had been soaked in it their whole lives. At first, the forest seemed normal enough. Trees stretched skyward, their bark dark as wet stone. Leaves whispered in a wind I could not feel. But the longer I walked, the more I noticed the subtleties. Vines draped along the trunks, pulsing faintly, almost imperceptibly. They seemed to follow me with a deliberate slowness, as if calculating the moment they could strike. I laughed to myself. Ridiculous, I thought, fatigue and imagination. Then the first tree made itself known. I had paused to examine a strange flower growing near the roots of a great oak, petals red like fresh rust. When I reached out to touch it, the tree shuddered. Not in wind, not in air, but in something deeper. A vibration ran up its trunk, and for a fraction of a second, I swear it flinched. My skin crawled. I stepped back. The forest was alive in a way that no normal forest could be. The stories of the locals weren't just superstition. They were warnings. By noon, I had walked deeper than I had intended. The canopy thickened, filtering the sun into strange, green shadows that moved like liquid. The temperature rose unnaturally. The air felt thicker, almost viscous. Every step brought a faint sting at the back of my neck, as if invisible eyes were tracking my every move. And then came the pollen. It drifted down in golden motes, so fine I barely noticed it at first. I breathed it in without thinking. Within minutes, the world began to bend. The forest shimmered. Shapes twisted along the edges of my vision. And the voices came, whispers, indistinct at first, like distant conversations.
Familiar voices.
My own voice, repeating things I hadn't spoken in years. Memories I thought I had buried began to bloom in my mind with unnatural clarity. I stopped walking, or maybe I was already moving in circles. Couldn't tell. I couldn't trust my senses. My hands trembled as I clutched my journal. Everything around me was both real and unreal, like stepping into a dream I could never wake from. That was when I saw the blood. It wasn't gushing, not yet. At first, it was subtle. Streaks along the bark, dark and glistening. Then I noticed the roots. They were wet, slick, and swollen, almost pulsing in time with the erratic hammer of my own heart. One root lifted slightly from the earth, as if it were crawling toward me. My rational mind screamed to run. My body obeyed, but my feet felt leaden. I ran anyway. The forest responded. Vines shot from the shadows, writhing like snakes. They missed me by inches at first, then by a fraction of an inch. Every near miss left a sting across my skin. I could feel them tracing, memorizing the shape of me, marking me. The deeper I went, the more the forest learned me. Every turn seemed to loop back on itself. Every landmark dissolved into another. I fell, and when I hit the ground, I realized I could hear it. The blood in the trees, pulsing, slow and deliberate. I was no longer walking through a forest. I was walking through something alive, something that knew fear and knew me. Hours, maybe days passed. Time fractured under the influence of pollen and panic. My own memories betrayed me. Faces of people I knew and people I didn't drifted across my mind. Conversations that never happened unfolded before me, replaying endlessly. I wanted to scream, but the forest drank my voice. My own words returned to me twisted, hallucinatory, as though my soul had been scribed onto the wind. And the hunger came next. It started as a thrum in my stomach. Then it grew into something else, a craving, something dark, instinctive, not mine. The forest wanted me, not just my body, but something deeper. I fought it. I tried to convince myself that trees couldn't be alive in such a sentient way, that hunger was human, not arboreal. But when a vine brushed my ankle, wet and warm, I could feel the pulse of it. I felt my own pulse merge with it, and I realized with horror that the forest could taste me. I don't know how long I walked before I collapsed again. I woke in darkness, my journal gone, my shoes half buried in the loam. And then I saw the eyes, not human, not animal, but something else. Red like the flowers at the base of the oak. Watching, waiting, judging. And that's when I understood. Bloodroot wasn't just a forest. It was a trap. Not a trap of branches and roots, but of senses, of mind, of memory. You could wander in, and the forest would let you think you were walking freely, but you would never leave. Not truly. Fed on more than flesh. Fed on fear, on memory, on the pulse of life itself. And now, as I sit beneath its twisted canopy, hands covered in the damp soil of a forest that no one else will see, I know I am not alone. The trees are near me, always near. They whisper, they pulse, they wait, and I am their prisoner. The forest is patient, and I am patient too. The forest does not let go. Not in the way rivers release water, or storms fade into sky. Bloodroot clamps its roots around your mind before your body even realizes it has been caught. I learned that truth slowly, painfully, over hours that bled together like ink in water. The hallucinations grew stronger as night fell, though night is meaningless here. The canopy blocked the sun completely, yet the forest was never dark. Everything glimmered with a sickly green light, as if the leaves themselves exhaled some phosphorescent poison. Shapes flickered in the corners of my vision. I would glance toward a tree and see it shift, branches stretching like fingers. For a moment, I swore one of them had moved closer. And then it was still. I stumbled through the undergrowth, convinced I had walked the same path a dozen times, though my mind tried to insist I hadn't. Roots and vines wrapped around my legs intermittently, not in attack, but in guidance. I couldn't tell whether the forest wanted me to escape or to be trapped. I wanted to scream, but my throat refused. My voice had been stolen the moment I breathed in the pollen, leaving me only with the muffled pounding of my heartbeat and the whispering of the leaves. And the memories, they began to surface without warning. Faces I had forgotten, words I had never spoken, conversations that felt intimately mine yet utterly alien. I remembered my mother's death, but in the memory she was laughing, as though alive. My father appeared, telling me things I had never known, yet somehow remembered. I tried to write in my journal, to anchor myself, but the words twisted on the page, rearranging themselves into messages I didn't understand. One line repeated endlessly, "The forest remembers you." I ran from the memory. Then I stumbled upon a clearing, or so I thought. It shimmered with a red light that seemed to pulse in time with my own heartbeat. The smell of iron was thick, intoxicating, and I wanted to vomit. In the center of the clearing, a pool of dark liquid reflected the trees above like a broken mirror. I knelt at the edge, peering into it, and recoiled as the surface rippled. Because it wasn't my reflection. It was me, or a version of me. My eyes were hollow, my skin pale and slick as if I had been washed in blood. My hands were covered in the same thick liquid, and the reflection smiled. It didn't move on its own. It mirrored my gestures perfectly. But the smile was wrong. Felt deliberate, malicious. It was as if the forest had taken something of me, made it flesh again, and now it was mocking me. I fell backward, scrambling away. My legs tangled in the roots, and for a brief moment, the forest seemed to lean closer, watching. I realized then that the trees were not separate from the forest, they were the forest. Each root, each branch, each leaf vibrated with a sentience I could barely comprehend. And it knew fear, knew my fear, fed on it. I tried to call for help. My voice returned, cracked and ragged, but the sound wasn't my own. The forest had twisted it into a chorus of voices. Friends, strangers, even enemies I had never met. "You cannot leave," they said in unison, mocking me, filling the air like fog. I covered my ears, but the sound was inside my skull, resonating with my bones. Panic drove me forward. I ran blindly or perhaps in circles. Every tree seemed familiar yet alien. Every path I took folded back upon itself. I began to lose the sense of how long I had been walking. Hours? Days? The forest had its own rhythm. My own measurement of time had ceased to exist. The hunger came next. Not physical, not at first. It began as an awareness, a subtle tug in my chest, like a heartbeat syncing with the trees around me. And then it grew, a gnawing emptiness that could not be sated with food or water. I realized with horror that the forest was demanding something of me. My blood, my essence, my memories, even my fear. It wanted everything. I stumbled into another clearing, smaller this time, choked with vines that writhed like serpents. They sensed me immediately. One vine shot toward my wrist and wrapped itself around me. I struggled, but it was neither strong nor weak. It was deliberate. It held me just long enough for me to feel the pulse. The pulse. It was slow at first, like a heartbeat. Then it accelerated, mirroring my own. My vision blurred, and I realized with a shudder that the forest could feel me, and I could feel it in return. I was not just afraid. I was aware of my fear as it fed the forest, and aware of the forest as it fed on me. The hallucinations intensified. I saw people in the shadows. They were wandering like me, but their movements were strange, jerky, unnatural. Their eyes were wide, their mouths open in silent screams. They were lost, trapped in loops of memory and fear, just as I was. Some of them reached toward me, their fingers elongated and thin, but every time I tried to approach, the forest shifted them just out of reach. I realized then that I was being studied, mapped, dissected without knife or scalpel. Every movement I made, every thought I had, every memory I clung to was catalogued by the forest. And the longer I stayed, the more it learned. I understood why no one had ever returned. It wasn't merely a forest. It was a predator. It was patient. It was eternal. Hours, days, perhaps weeks passed. I could no longer tell. The sky had disappeared completely, replaced by a thick, suffocating green. The air was heavy, filled with pollen, with whispers, with the faint metallic tang of blood. I had stopped caring about escape. Every attempt led me back to the same places, the same routes, the same reflections. And yet, a small, stubborn part of me refused to give in. Then I heard it. A voice, distinct, singular, and unmistakably my own. "You belong here." I spun around, heart hammering. The trees were still. The vines were still. The forest seemed to lean in, listening. But the voice wasn't behind me. It was inside me. I could feel it in my chest, resonating with my pulse, urging me to surrender. My knees buckled. I fell to the forest floor, my hands clawing at the soil. And that's when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. A figure emerged. First, it was just a shadow. Then it took shape, human but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its head tilted at an impossible angle. Its eyes were red, like the flowers beneath the oak. And it walked toward me, slowly, deliberately. I tried to move, couldn't. My body had betrayed me. I could only watch as it approached, feeling the pulse of the forest merge with the pulse of the creature. My heartbeat matched theirs, a single rhythm, and I realized with a horror that I was no longer fully separate from the forest. The creature stopped a few feet away, crouching slightly, its gaze fixed on me. And then it spoke. "You are mine," it said. Not a voice exactly, not a sound. It was a feeling, a certainty pressed into my mind like ice. "You always were, and now you cannot leave." I screamed, but no sound came. The forest pressed closer, pulsing, writhing, alive. The vines around me tightened slightly, not enough to break my bones, but enough to remind me that I was no longer in control. And then I understood fully. I was not wandering Bloodroot. Bloodroot was wandering me. Every step I took, every thought I had, every memory I remembered, was a thread woven into its being. And now, as the creature loomed over me, I knew I was trapped forever. A living, breathing part of the forest itself. The hallucinations intensified, spinning together into a single, endless tapestry. Faces, voices, memories, roots, vines, blood, reflections, all fused into one. The forest had consumed me, piece by piece, until nothing remained of the person who had entered. And yet, somewhere, deep in the shadows of my mind, a single thought remained. I must survive. I must escape. The forest had yet to realize that even a single thought of rebellion could persist, however faint, within its grasp. But I am trapped, and it is patient. And Bloodroot is eternal. I don't remember falling asleep, or perhaps I did. The forest makes sleep meaningless. Time itself is meaningless here. One moment I am crawling over roots slick with dark sap. The next I am staring at a twisted mirror image of myself. Only the reflection moves without permission, the eyes mocking me, alive. When I awoke, my hands felt wrong. The skin on my fingers was rougher, tougher, almost bark-like. Tiny veins ran along them, faintly red, pulsing in a rhythm I could not control. I flexed my fingers, and I could feel the forest in them, the pulse of roots beneath the soil, a heartbeat that was not mine. Panic rose, but the forest already anticipated it. Vines curled around my wrists like chains, gentle at first, almost soothing. But there was a pressure, a deliberate insistence that I remain still. I stood, unsteady, my body wobbling like a reed in the wind. Every step sent shocks through my legs. Roots undulated beneath me, subtle but insistent, as if pressing against the soles of my feet. The ground itself was alive, aware of my weight, my balance, my every motion. The forest was no longer just around me. It was inside me, a presence I could feel in my blood, in my muscles, in the pulse of my thoughts. I ran, or tried to. The trees shifted, rearranging themselves. A path I had thought clear moments ago became a wall of gnarled trunks and writhing vines. The forest was not vast. It was infinite. It was a labyrinth that had no exit because it was not a physical space. It was a living entity, conscious and patient. I realized then that my struggle was anticipated, predicted, and absorbed. Resistance fed the forest. So did fear. So did hope. The hallucinations returned, stronger, more vivid. I saw my childhood home, though it was impossible. The rooms stretched and twisted, doors leading to corridors that led back into the forest. I heard my mother calling my name, my father's voice warning me. Yet the voices carried a strange cadence, as if layered with multiple realities. Every memory I had tried to anchor myself to now betrayed me. I could no longer trust my mind. I could no longer trust my eyes. And then I saw them, others, figures shrouded in the same green light as the forest. Their skin pale, their eyes wide and red, pulsing with the same rhythm I felt in my own blood. They moved unnaturally, jerking in ways that no human body could. I realized, with a chill crawling down my spine, that they were not alive. Not in the way I understood. They were remnants, the forest's prisoners. Fragments of those who had come before, woven into the soil, the roots, the sap. One of them stepped toward me. Its movement was deliberate, too deliberate. I could feel its intent pressing against my chest. I tried to step back, but the forest had me. My body obeyed only partially, jerking like a puppet on strings. And the figure stopped mere inches away. "You are delayed," it said, not with a voice but as a sensation. I felt the words like ice in my mind. The forest waits, and you linger. I understood then that time did not exist here. My minutes, hours, days, none of them mattered. The forest could stretch and compress them at will, showing me endless loops of memory and fear, all designed to weaken my mind, to make me forget what it meant to be human. I screamed again. This time, something answered. A chorus of whispers that were not voices, but impressions of voices. Memories, stolen, twisted. You cannot leave. You are ours. You belong to the roots. The air vibrated with their insistence. I clutched my head, trying to block them, but every beat of my heart fed them. Every pulse made me weaker, and yet the forest somehow nourished me with it, sustaining me so I could continue to resist. Resistance was a trap. I collapsed against a tree, and the bark beneath my back pulsed in rhythm with my new pulse. I realized that my body was changing faster than I could comprehend. My skin grew tougher, my eyes sharper, attuned to the green light that suffused everything. I could feel the roots beneath me, sense their paths, feel the vibrations of the creatures that lurked in the shadows. I was becoming part of the forest. Slowly, inevitably, but part of me, what remained of me, fought. I ran again, or perhaps I drifted. I cannot distinguish between motion and stasis anymore. The forest folds space like a living organism folding its limbs. I passed familiar clearings that were not familiar. I saw my own reflection in puddles, but the face staring back was wrong, twisted, grinning. The reflection spoke to me, offering solace, promising escape, luring me closer. I recoiled, and yet something inside me ached to reach toward it. I stumbled over a vine that shot up like a snake, wrapping itself around my leg. Its grip was not hostile, but insistent, tugged gently, almost guiding me deeper. I realized with horror that the forest had learned my weaknesses. It knew my fears, my desires, the memories I clung to, and it used them to manipulate me. Every hallucination, every whisper, every vision of past or future, it was designed to weaken my resistance, to break me down slowly, piece by piece. I fell into a clearing unlike any I had seen before. The ground was slick with dark, glistening liquid. I recognized it immediately. Blood. Thick, coagulated, pulsing softly. It spread across the floor like a living carpet, roots and vines emerging from it, writhing as if testing the weight of the air. And in the center of the pool stood a figure. My reflection, my twin, my shadow. It did not move, simply waited, staring at me. And then it began to speak. Not with words, but with memory. I saw my mother's death again. Only this time it was not as I remembered. She was alive, reaching for me, pleading with me, and yet her face, twisted into something unnatural. My father's voice echoed, distorted, warning me of the forest, yet promising impossible escape. Every memory I thought I owned, the forest manipulated, bending reality until I could no longer distinguish truth from illusion. And then the hunger returned. Not the mental hunger, but physical. My body screamed for it, though I did not understand why. Bloodroot demanded sustenance, and I realized, with a terror that shattered what remained of my sanity, that it wanted more than fear. It wanted me, my essence, my life, every pulse, every thought, every fragment of identity. I screamed, though the sound did not carry. The forest consumed it, twisting it into whispers that haunted me from every shadow. The vines coiled tighter around my legs, my arms, and my chest. My heartbeat accelerated, and with each beat, I felt the pulse of the forest merge with mine. I was becoming a conduit, a living extension of the forest's will. And yet I resisted. I do not know how or why, but somewhere deep inside the marrow of what I once was, a spark of defiance remained. It whispered to me, telling me that escape might still be possible, that the forest had patience, but not omniscience, that it could bend my perception, twist my memories, and consume my flesh, but it had not yet conquered my mind entirely. I stumbled forward, pushing through the liquid, feeling it cling to my skin, sticky and warm. Every step brought visions of my life that never existed. Friends I had never met, betrayals that never happened, love I had never known. I shook my head violently, trying to cast them aside. And then, At the edge of my vision, I saw movement, a figure unlike the others. It moved with purpose, confidently, unafraid. It was tall, slender, and cloaked in green light. Its face was obscured, yet I felt its eyes pierce me, studying me with curiosity rather than malice. For a moment, I thought it might be another hallucination, but the forest itself seemed to recoil slightly in its presence, the whispers dimming, the pulse slowing. And then it spoke, clearly, audibly, in a voice that felt impossibly human. "You can still choose," it said, "but every choice here has a cost." I wanted to speak, to ask questions, but my voice had been consumed. Instead, I nodded, unsure if it was in agreement or desperation. The figure stepped closer, and I felt an unfamiliar warmth. Something alive, distinct from the forest. It extended a hand, not to grab but to guide. I took it instinctively, and the forest reacted immediately. Vines recoiled, roots twisted, and the green light flickered like a dying flame. I felt a surge of relief and fear at once. Relief that I was not yet entirely consumed. Fear because I knew the forest would not let go easily. And yet, I moved, step by step, guided by the figure. I felt my pulse separate slightly from the forest's rhythm. I could still feel it, still taste its hunger, but it no longer controlled every thought. For the first time since entering Bloodroot, I felt a faint glimmer of hope, a way forward. But hope here is dangerous. In Bloodroot, even a single spark can be extinguished in an instant. I had survived, but I was not free. Not yet. And the forest was watching. The figure led me through a corridor of twisted trunks, roots writhing underfoot like living snakes. Each step I took was a negotiation with the forest itself. Every leaf and vine seemed to sense my intent. I could feel the pulse of Bloodroot everywhere, a slow, deliberate beat that echoed against my skull. It was trying to warn me, to frighten me, to reclaim me before I could slip away. "You cannot outrun it," the figure said, its voice cutting through the pulse in my head. "But you can confuse it." I wanted to ask what that meant, but words failed me again. The forest had stolen them. Instead, I nodded, keeping pace, every muscle tense. I could feel the air thickening, the pollen heavier, sweeter and more intoxicating. I fought to keep my mind sharp. Every hallucination I had endured, the memories twisted into lies, the faces that were not faces, the endless corridors folding into themselves, was still there, pressing against my perception. But I clung to the thought of the figure's guidance. Then the ground shifted beneath us, not physically but perceptually. I felt my stomach drop as the corridor seemed to elongate impossibly, the trunks stretching toward the sky like fingers grasping at something unseen. Shadows lengthened and split, creating duplicates of ourselves. For a moment I thought we were being followed, but the duplicates mirrored our every motion perfectly. "It will try to deceive you," the figure said. "Bloodroot does not hunt just the body. It hunts the mind, the memories, the very essence of who you are. You must trust what you feel, not what you see." I nodded again, but it was not certainty. It was instinct. And instinct here was as fragile as a candle flame in a hurricane. We entered a clearing, where the light was thicker, almost tangible, and the air felt wet. Pools of black liquid dotted the ground, each reflecting images of me. Sometimes alive, sometimes decomposed, sometimes monstrous. The reflection closest to me twisted suddenly, grinning. I tried to look away, but the forest forced my gaze back. I could feel it tugging, pulling, trying to absorb me entirely. The figure stepped beside me and extended a hand toward one of the pools. The liquid rippled, and the reflection in it shifted violently, screaming in silence. A root burst from the center of the pool, wriggling like a snake, and attempted to coil around the figure. But instead of being consumed, the figure pushed it down effortlessly. I felt the pressure of the forest fight against them, like water pressing against a dam. "They will come for you," the figure said. "But not yet. Not if you can move faster than fear itself." I understood vaguely. Movement here was survival, not just of the body but of the mind. Each step I took, guided by the figure, was a rebellion. Each pulse of my blood that did not sync with the forest's rhythm weakened its hold slightly. Not much, but enough. Enough to keep me conscious, aware, alive. And then I saw them, more of the trapped ones. Not alive, not fully dead, walking slowly in the distance. Their faces pressed against invisible barriers, their mouths open in silent screams. They reached for me, and I felt a pull in my chest like a tether. I almost gave in. Almost. But the figure grabbed my shoulder, grounding me, pulling me back from the brink. "Do not give them your fear," they said. "Do not give them your memory. Keep what is yours." But that was impossible. The forest was a predator that could reach inside me, pluck fragments of memory, twist them, and present them as bait. My mother's face emerged from the shadows, smiling softly. My father appeared, warning me, pleading with me. Friends I had never known whispered secrets I could not resist. Every hallucination was designed to make me falter. I faltered anyway. I stumbled into a pit of roots that rose like walls around me. The forest had folded space, creating a cage of its own making. Vines lashed out, wrapping around my legs and arms. I struggled, but the more I struggled, the tighter they constricted. My heartbeat thudded in rhythm with theirs, or maybe theirs with mine. I could no longer tell where I ended and the forest began. "You must calm yourself," the figure said, "or it will consume you completely." I took a deep breath, though the air was thick with the taste of iron and rot. I forced my mind to detach from the hallucinations, from the memories, from the whispers. I focused on the figure's hand, the pulse I could feel that was separate from the forest. And slowly, painfully, the vines loosened, the roots fell away, and the walls of the pit seemed to dissolve. The clearing beyond was unlike any I had seen. Trees arched high, forming tunnels of green and black. The air vibrated with an almost tangible tension, as if the forest knew it had been cheated for a moment. The figure turned to me, their face still obscured, and said, "Every escape leaves a mark. Every survival leaves a scar. You will never be as you were." I wanted to argue, but I knew they were right. Bloodroot was changing me. The rough skin on my fingers, the pulse of the roots in my veins, the way my eyes adjusted to the green light, all proof that I was no longer fully human. Every step forward was a compromise, a negotiation with the forest itself. And yet, the thought of surrender was unbearable. We moved through corridors that defied physics. A single tree could stretch hundreds of feet in one moment, only to collapse and fold upon itself the next. Shadows shifted independently of their sources. Pools of reflective liquid appeared and vanished without warning. And everywhere, the forest whispered, hissed, promised, and threatened. At one point, I thought I saw the entrance, a faint glimmer of sky beyond the trees. My heart surged with hope. I reached for it. The forest responded immediately. Roots erupted from the ground like a tidal wave, cutting off the path, twisting and writhing, growing thicker, taller, faster than I could react. I realized then that hope itself was a weapon in Bloodroot, used to trap prey in cycles of desire and despair. The figure stopped me before I lunged forward. "Patience," they said. "You do not move with your legs. You move with your mind." I did not understand, and yet somehow I trusted them. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to feel the rhythm of the forest without succumbing to it. I listened to the pulse, to the whispers, to the subtle vibrations beneath my feet. Slowly, imperceptibly, I sensed a path, not through the forest, but between its intentions. I moved along it, guided by instinct, by fear, by sheer stubbornness. The forest fought me every step, but I was careful, deliberate, precise. And then, abruptly, we were somewhere else. Clearing of absolute silence.
No pulse, no vispers, no reflection pulse.
Just green and black and air that did not press against me. The figure turned to me, and for the first time I saw their eyes. Red like the trapped ones, but calm, controlled, aware. "You have survived this far," they said. "But know this, the forest does not forgive. It only waits. and patience is eternal. I swallowed, trying to speak, but only a rasp escaped. My throat had been hollowed by fear, by pollen, by the forest itself. I nodded, understanding that survival here was a temporary victory, a single step in a journey with no true end. I looked back toward the endless green, toward the labyrinth that had trapped me, reshaped me, consumed part of me. Somewhere within its depths, the echoes of my own screams still lingered. Bloodroot had not released me, not fully. It had only allowed me to walk a path that I might not survive if I faltered. And yet I had moved forward. And sometimes, in this forest, moving forward is all you can do. The figure extended a hand again. "Come," they said. "The path ahead is dangerous, but it is a path." I took it, knowing that every step might be my last, but also knowing that in Bloodroot, last steps are illusions. The forest watches, waits, learns, and strikes with patience older than memory. And I walked, one pulse, one heartbeat, one stolen moment of clarity at a time. Because to stop is to die. Because to think is to be hunted. Because to survive is to exist within the prison itself. The silence of the clearing was oppressive, but it was the first true silence I had felt since entering the forest. No pulse, no whispers, no echoes of my own voice calling back to me. For the first time, I could hear my own heartbeat clearly. Or perhaps it was the forest allowing me to hear it, or letting me think I was alone. In Bloodroot, certainty is a lie. The figure led me forward, stepping lightly over a carpet of roots that did not move for once. I kept my gaze on them, desperate for guidance, desperate for anything that could anchor me to reality. And yet, even in their presence, doubt gnawed at me. Could I trust them? Or were they just another manifestation of the forest's intricate cruelty? We reached a ridge overlooking a valley, green and black and suffused with the forest's pulse. In the distance, trees stretched impossibly tall, their branches entwined like fingers weaving an endless cage. Pools of reflective liquid dotted the landscape like scattered eyes, some glowing faintly red. My chest tightened as I realized that every reflection, every tree, every shadow could be watching me, judging me, anticipating my next move. The figure stopped and raised a hand. "From here," they said, "the forest tests not your body but your mind. Everything you know, everything you remember, everything you are will be challenged. Prepare yourself." I nodded, though the nod felt empty. What could prepare anyone for Bloodroot? I had been trapped in its labyrinth for days, perhaps weeks, perhaps months. I had lost all sense of time. I had screamed until my voice was gone, stumbled until my legs were raw and bruised, and my body had begun to change, slow, inexorable, unnatural. I was part of it now, and it was part of me, but I would not submit. The descent into the valley was treacherous. The ground shifted beneath my feet like the forest itself was breathing, swelling and contracting in slow, deliberate waves. Roots shot up like serpents, twisting around each other to form barriers and corridors. The air was thick with pollen, sweet and suffocating, each breath carrying 1,000 visions of impossible places, faces, and events. I fought to keep my mind focused, clinging to the figure, to the rhythm that was still distinctly separate from the forest's pulse. And then the hallucinations began again. I saw my childhood bedroom, but the walls were soaked in blood. My parents were there, smiling, beckoning me to come closer. Every memory I had clung to, every fragment of identity I had fought to protect, was being twisted into bait. My hands rose involuntarily toward them, and I could feel the forest rejoicing, pulling at me, urging me forward. The figure's hand closed over my wrist, firm, grounding. "Do not give it your fear," they said. "Do not give it your doubt. It thrives on both." I wrenched my attention to the valley floor, where the shadows of the trees began to writhe like living things. Figures emerged from the reflections, shapes I recognized, shapes I did not, all moving toward me with impossible, jerking motions. Their mouths opened, and I could feel the words inside my mind before I heard them. "You are ours. You cannot leave. You belong here." I ran, or I tried to, But the forest had folded space again. Corridors appeared and vanished as if I had never stepped into them. I was moving, and yet I was not. Every step forward was mirrored by a step sideways or backward, or into an entirely different corridor that I had never seen. The valley itself was alive, a creature made of green and black, and it was hunting me. The figure kept pace, silent but present, their hand occasionally brushing mine to remind me that some part of me was still separate from the forest. "Do not resist blindly," they said. "Move with intention, move with thought, move with will. The forest will adapt, but your mind can still bend its rules." I tried. I concentrated on a single thought: escape. But escape here was a fractal puzzle with no edges. Every path led to another, every choice doubled back on itself, and every illusion threatened to collapse my mind entirely. I could feel my identity splintering with each step. The hands that had once belonged to me now partially bark, veins pulsing with the forest's rhythm. My eyes saw multiple versions of myself in every reflection, every shadow. I no longer knew which was real, which was me, which belonged to the forest. And then the hunger returned. It was not just a craving for blood. It was a gnawing, all-consuming demand. My body ached. My veins thrummed with a need I could not name. The forest pulsed in tandem, mocking, beckoning, reminding me that every heartbeat, every breath, every thought was fuel. I wanted to fight, to resist, but the hunger was part of me now. I could feel it twisting through my marrow, through my pulse, through the very synapses of my brain. "You will survive only if you embrace it," the figure said quietly, almost gently. "Not surrender to it, not let it consume you, but accept it as part of you. The forest will test you beyond reason. Only by knowing yourself can you navigate its traps." I tried. I concentrated on the hunger, tried to separate it from the forest's influence, tried to claim it as my own, as a tool rather than a chain. It was difficult. Every heartbeat screamed in pain. Every breath tasted of iron and rot. But slowly, agonizingly, I felt a sliver of control return. A thin line between me and Bloodroot's will. The hallucinations intensified, as if sensing my attempt at autonomy. Faces appeared in the trees, snarling, crying, pleading, laughing. Memories of people I had never known, people who should not exist, forced themselves into my consciousness. I almost collapsed under the weight of them. And then I heard a whisper that was unmistakably mine. "Remember yourself. Remember that you are not them." The voice was fragile, but it was mine. I clung to it, and slowly, painfully, the visions began to recede. The reflections no longer reached out. The shadows no longer moved independently. The valley seemed to settle, as if acknowledging that some small fragment of the forest's prey had resisted. The figure led me to a series of ancient trees, their bark thick with dark sap. The trunks twisted together, forming a natural gateway. "Through here," they said. "The trials beyond are not just tests, they are choices. Every step will define what you become." I hesitated. I could feel the forest pressing from all sides, the hunger gnawing, the pulse in my veins growing stronger. And yet, I also felt the spark of will, fragile but persistent. I stepped forward. Inside the gateway, the forest became physical. Roots lashed like serpents, branches struck like whips, and the air itself resisted my movement. I could feel the forest reacting to my every thought, attempting to predict, to manipulate, to destroy. And yet, I forced myself to move with intention, moving not just my legs but my will. Time fractured. Minutes stretched into hours, hours collapsed into seconds. I could not tell whether I was moving forward or backward, alive or dead, dreaming or awake. And the hallucinations became unbearable. I saw my own body split, twisted, consumed by roots and bark. I saw faces of loved ones staring at me through their own reflections, silently accusing me. I heard voices whispering secrets I did not know I held. My mind screamed, and yet some part of me held firm, repeating the fragile mantra: "I am not them. I am me. I survive." And then, abruptly, Everything fell silent again. The figure stood before me, hand extended. "You are ready," they said. "Beyond this point, nothing is guaranteed. The forest will strike at your very essence. But you will move forward with your mind intact, and that is victory in itself." I took the hand, and in that moment, I realized the forest was not just a prison. It was a teacher, a predator, a mirror, and a test. It could twist time, memory, and body, but it could not take the part of me that refused to yield entirely. Not yet. I stepped forward, feeling the roots and branches pull, twist, and tug. But this time, I moved with them, not against them. The hunger in my veins became fuel, the pulse of the forest a rhythm to guide me. And the hallucinations? They were still there, but I was learning to navigate them, to separate the illusions from reality. The figure led me deeper through impossible corridors across valleys that should not exist, past trees that reached toward the sky and sank into the ground simultaneously. And always, the pulse of Bloodroot followed, patient, insistent, eternal. But I was moving, and for now, movement is survival. And survival is resistance. The path narrowed into a corridor of impossibly gnarled roots, each twisting over the other like the spines of some ancient beast. I could feel the pulse of the forest beneath my feet, sharper, more insistent than ever. Every step seemed to echo through the corridors, each sound amplified until it became a cacophony of my own heartbeat, my own ragged breathing, my own fear. The figure walked ahead, their presence steady, unyielding. I trusted them, but a part of me trembled with suspicion. Everything here was a test. Everything could be a trap. "You are close," they said, their voice low, resonant, almost swallowed by the forest itself. "Close to understanding, close to choice. But the forest will fight harder now." I had learned something painfully about Bloodroot. It was not merely sentient. It was a predator of body, mind, and memory. It did not simply consume. It remade. Every hallucination, every pulse of hunger, every twisted reflection was a lure designed to break me, to shape me, to force me into becoming part of its endless, patient will. And yet, I still felt the spark of myself somewhere beneath the chaos, somewhere beyond the hunger, the fear, the hallucinations, a fragile ember of identity. The corridor ended abruptly at a clearing that I could not have imagined even in the fevered edges of hallucination. Trees bent inward, forming an immense dome. The sky, or what should have been sky, was dark, not black but shifting, moving like liquid. Pools of reflective liquid glimmered like eyes, scattered across the ground. And at the center, an enormous tree rose, its bark blackened and slick with sap that pulsed like veins. The roots spread outward like tentacles, twitching in anticipation. The forest's pulse intensified, resonating through my bones. Hunger clawed at me from every vein, every nerve, demanding submission. The hallucinatory whispers came too, louder than ever. "You are ours. You are nothing. Submit." The figure stopped beside me, placing a hand on my shoulder. Their red eyes, calm, unflinching, met mine. "This is the heart," they said. "Everything you have faced leads here. The forest will strike at your essence, at your memory, at your mind. But the choice is yours. Surrender and become part of it, or resist and risk annihilation." I swallowed, the taste of iron thick in my mouth. The choice was a cruel one. Bloodroot had shaped me. My hands bore bark-like textures along the knuckles, veins pulsing unnaturally. My eyes had begun to reflect the forest in ways that were not natural. Hunger in my body, the pulse of the forest in my veins, hallucinations in my mind. They were all part of me now. And yet, I wanted to survive. I wanted to remain myself. The figure stepped aside, motioning toward the heart. "Step forward when ready," they said. "It will respond to you, and only to you." I advanced, each step heavy with dread. Roots writhed beneath my feet, trying to entangle me, to pull me down into the black, pulsating sap at the base of the colossal tree. I resisted with all my will, focusing on the ember of identity I still possessed. The forest roared around me, not with sound, but with force, with pressure, with weight. The air itself seemed to press against me, trying to bend me into submission. And then it began. The Hall of Memories. I was no longer in the clearing. I was surrounded by infinite corridors of mirrors and reflections. Each reflection was me, but not me. I saw myself as a child, screaming in fear. Myself as an old, broken figure, crawling through blood-soaked roots. Myself, but twisted, bark growing from skin, eyes glowing faintly red. And every reflection reached out, beckoned me, whispered my deepest fears, my shame, my guilt, my desires. I staggered back, trying to cling to the ember of self. But the reflections multiplied, fracturing into 1,000 versions, all trying to pull me into the sap, into the forest, into oblivion. The figure's voice cut through. Do not give them your fear. Do not give them your desire. Do not give them your memory. Keep what is yours. I focused, not on the reflections, not on the whispers, not on the hunger. I focused on the ember, the small, fragile spark of who I had been before this nightmare. I repeated it in my mind, a mantra. I am me. I am me. I am me. The reflections screamed, and the hall seemed to warp violently. But slowly, the ember grew, pushing back the hallucinations. For the first time, I felt separation. An edge between me and Bloodroot, tenuous, but real. And then I realized the figure was not simply guiding me. They were part of the trial. Their calm presence, their knowledge, their warnings. They were extensions of the forest's will, a lens through which it measured me. Could not trust them fully, could not rely on them. The choice truly was mine alone. The forest reacted immediately. Roots erupted from the ground, whipping and lashing. The air thickened with pollen, sweet and intoxicating, filling my lungs with visions of a life I had never lived, a world I had never known. Hunger screamed louder than ever, gnawing at my marrow, urging me to submit. The whispers became a chorus, chanting, "You belong. You are ours. You are nothing." I felt my body starting to change in response. Bark-like textures spread along my arms. Veins glowed faintly. My eyes shimmered with an unnatural red. The ember flickered dangerously, almost snuffed out. And then I understood. Resistance was not enough. Submission was not an option. I had to integrate, not surrender. I had to acknowledge the forest's pulse, its hunger, its intelligence, its reach, and yet claim the spark of myself as separate, as mine. I inhaled deeply, letting the pulse of Bloodroot flow through me, letting the hunger swirl and twist, but focusing my mind, my will, my identity at the center of it. The reflections screamed, the roots struck, the whispers tried to infiltrate my thoughts, but I did not falter. I owned myself even as the forest sought to unmake me. The heart pulsed violently, black sap flowing in waves like blood through veins. And then silence. The reflections froze. The roots stopped striking. The whispers ceased. The forest held its breath. The figure stepped forward, their hand extended once more. "You have done what few can," they said. "You have survived the heart. But know this, survival does not mean freedom. The forest is eternal, and it watches, and it waits." I took the hand, but for the first time I did so with full understanding. I had not been saved. I had not been guided. I had survived by claiming myself, by asserting my identity in the face of unrelenting force. The figure's calm presence was a reminder of what was possible, but not the source of my triumph. We moved through the forest, now altered. The paths seemed less hostile, the roots less violent, the whispers more distant. Not gone, never gone, but quieter, as if acknowledging that I had passed some unspoken threshold. I was not fully myself, not fully human, but I was still me. And yet, as we approached the edge of the heart, the horizon shimmered strangely. The sky above the dome twisted, a swirl of green and black, reflecting infinite versions of reality. I realized then that escape was not a promise. The forest did not forgive, and it did not release its prey. It only allowed them to walk further, to test them again and again, to see whether the ember of self could survive eternity. The figure looked at me, their eyes unreadable. You may leave this place, they said, or you may remain and continue to navigate the labyrinth. But remember this, whatever path you choose, the forest will remember. And you will never be the same. I hesitated, glancing back at the heart, at the corridors, at the reflections. The forest had taken much, but it had not taken my will. I knew then that whatever lay ahead, freedom or further trials, I would face it with the ember of self burning within me. I stepped forward into the unknown, because in Bloodroot even survival is a journey, and the forest is eternal. And I had survived. The forest beyond the heart was different, yet eerily familiar. The pulse of Bloodroot still throbbed beneath my feet, insistent and omnipresent, but the corridors no longer twisted and writhed as violently. I could feel the echo of my own will embedded in the paths, as if the forest acknowledged that I had survived the ultimate trial. Survival, however, did not mean freedom. The figure walked beside me, silent, their red eyes following every movement I made. I no longer trusted them fully, but I recognized their utility. They were a mirror of what I might become, calm, controlled, almost inhuman in their understanding of the forest, but I was still separate. I still had my ember of self. Beyond this point, the figure said, the forest does not test your strength, nor your speed, nor even your hunger. It tests your choice. Every step will weigh your identity against the pulse of Bloodroot. Every breath is a decision. Remain or leave. The corridors stretched infinitely, yet they led somewhere or perhaps nowhere. The trees arched overhead, their branches entwined like claws, leaves whispering in voices I did not recognize. Roots slithered along the ground like snakes, some reaching for me, but none striking. The forest was waiting, patient, judging, eternal. I remembered the whispers, the reflections, the hunger that had gnawed at my bones. I remembered the hall of memories and how I had claimed the ember of myself. And yet, a deeper fear had taken root. The forest was patient, and eternity is long. Even the ember could dim. We arrived at a clearing unlike any I had seen. The ground was black and wet, reflecting the twisted sky above. At its center, the heart rose, impossibly vast, veins of black sap pulsing like the rhythm of a colossal, slumbering heart. Its surface shimmered, reflecting every possible reality at once. And I understood, with a sudden, terrifying clarity, that the heart was not merely a tree. It was the forest. The forest's mind, its will, its hunger made manifest, pulsed, and the pulse reverberated through my chest. Hunger clawed again, sharper, deeper, more insistent than ever, not just for my blood, but for my mind, my memories, my essence. The whispers returned, a tidal wave of voices, calling my name, promising release, promising annihilation, promising a return to peace if only I would surrender. The figure stepped forward. The heart sees you, it knows you, and it will offer you everything you have feared and desired. But be warned, nothing comes without cost. I swallowed, tasting iron and sap. My body still bore traces of transformation. The bark along my arms, the faint red glow of my veins. But I no longer felt like prey. I felt like a participant in a negotiation with something vast, something eternal. The heart pulsed again, and the air thickened with visions. I saw my life as it might have been, the choices I had made, the people I had loved, the paths I had forsaken. Each vision was vivid, almost tangible, tugging at my soul. The whispers promised, become part of us, be whole, be eternal. And I felt it, the allure, the thought that I could be free of fear, free of weakness, free of mortality, that the forest could remake me, perfect me, integrate me fully, that I could endure forever. But I remembered the ember of self, the fragile spark I had nurtured. I remembered the hall of memories, the trials of hunger and hallucination, the blood and bark and fear, and I realized submission would erase me entirely. Not just change me, not just transform me, erase. I took a step forward, and the heart reacted. Veins of sap shifted, roots writhing, reflections splitting into countless versions of myself. The forests will pressed against me, massive and irresistible, trying to fold me into its eternal pulse. Hunger screamed, whispers became a chorus, the reflections screamed and reached out. I clenched my fists. I let the pulse flow through me, let the hunger curl around my veins, but I did not surrender. I let the whispers fill my mind, but I focused on my ember, feeding it with defiance, with memory, with the insistence that I was not theirs. The heart pulsed violently. I staggered, nearly collapsing beneath the pressure of its will. The figure stepped close, their hand brushing mine. "Do not falter," they said. "It will strike at everything you are. But you are more than prey. You are choice." Choice. The word reverberated in my mind. The heart could not force my decision, could test me, tempt me, terrify me. But the ember was mine. I closed my eyes, drawing the pulse of Bloodroot into myself, letting it strengthen me while simultaneously separating from it. Hunger, hallucinations, whispers, all of it became a tool. The forest was no longer an overwhelming predator, but a force I could manipulate. The reflections faltered, unsure how to respond to my assertion of identity. And then I saw it, a path, a corridor of roots, subtle, almost invisible, leading from the heart to an edge of the forest that shimmered with light, a faint glow that hinted at a world beyond. The heart pulsed again, slower this time, as if acknowledging my decision. I hesitated. The forest had always promised that leaving was impossible, that survival meant integration, that eternity would claim me. But here, at the edge of the heart, I realized something terrifying and liberating. Choice was real. Escape was possible. And yet, leaving meant facing the world outside with the traces of Bloodroot embedded in me. Forever changed, forever marked. I stepped forward. The forest surged, roots lashing, reflections screaming, whispers crescendoing. Hunger clawed at my marrow, and I met it all head-on, ember blazing, pulse steady, mind sharp. I moved through the corridor, each step deliberate, each thought anchored in self. The heart followed, pulsing in rhythm, testing, tempting, threatening. And then light, pure, unfiltered light, bathing the roots, the reflections, the sap. I stumbled forward, feeling the pulse of the forest ebb as I crossed the threshold. Behind me, the heart throbbed, immense, eternal, waiting. I collapsed outside the forest, the glow fading, the pulse slowing. The hunger was gone, or at least quieted. My hands bore faint traces of bark. Veins still glowed subtly, eyes tinged with red. But I was alive. I was separate. I was me. The figure stood at the edge of the forest, watching me. I did not need to ask if they would follow. They were part of the heart, part of Bloodroot itself. I did not trust them. I did not fear them. I only acknowledged them, a reminder of what I had survived. The forest behind me pulsed faintly, patient, eternal, and I knew it would wait, always, watching, testing, hungry. But for now, I had escaped its immediate grasp. I rose, uncertain of what lay ahead, aware that my body, mind, and spirit were forever altered. Bloodroot had taken something, but it had not taken everything. The ember of self burned brighter than ever, fragile, precious, and defiant. I took a step forward, out into the world beyond. And I knew survival was not victory. Freedom was not final. The forest would follow, in whispers, in hunger, in memory. But I would endure. I would persist. I would remain. For now, the first step outside the forest felt unnatural. The air was lighter, thinner, the light unfiltered by the dense canopy. I breathed deeply, expecting relief, expecting freedom. But what I felt instead was dislocation. The world beyond Bloodroot was familiar and alien all at once. Trees swayed with the wind, birds called to each other, insects hummed in the undergrowth, but everything seemed muted, like a memory half forgotten, distant, unreal. My hands, still streaked with faint bark, flexed and relaxed. My veins pulsed subtly red, a faint echo of the heart's rhythm. My body felt changed, not just marked, but attuned. Hunger had receded, but a trace remained, a whisper of the forest's pulse in my marrow, a reminder that escape did not mean immunity. I stumbled forward, driven less by purpose than by the need to move, to disentangle myself from the weight of eternity that clung to me. Each step was heavy with the realization that survival was not victory, that escape was only temporary. Bloodroot would wait, Bloodroot would watch, and somewhere, somehow, it would call again. Night fell faster than I expected. The world beyond the forest shifted strangely in the dimming light, shadows elongating, the wind carrying whispers faint enough to question my own senses. I paused, listening. A chill ran down my spine. Not fear, not exactly, but awareness. The forest was not gone. It never left. The ember of self that had carried me through the heart burned brighter, but the memory of its hunger lingered. I found a stream, clear and cold, and knelt to drink. The reflection in the water startled me. My eyes shimmered with faint red flecks. My skin bore traces of bark along the forearms, subtle veins glowing beneath. I barely recognized myself, yet I was me, and that was enough for now. The wind shifted, carrying scents that made my stomach churn. Sap, earth, blood. Whispers tugged at the edges of my mind, subtle, insistent, testing. I clenched my jaw, forcing the ember to flare, reminding myself, you are separate. You are yourself. You survived. You endure. Sleep came in fits, uneasy, haunted by visions. In dreams, the forest crept back in, corridors of roots, reflections screaming, hunger gnawing. The heart pulsed at the edge of every shadow, a reminder that I was never truly free. I awoke each time drenched in sweat, heart racing, the ember trembling but intact. Days passed. I found settlements, small villages at the fringes of what had been mapped land. People were wary of me, and I did not blame them. My appearance betrayed traces of the forest's influence, my eyes and subtle pulses hinting at something unnatural. I could not explain, and I would not. And yet I was not alone. Shadows and whispers followed me, faint but persistent, reminders that Bloodroot had left its mark on more than my body. I tried to integrate work, food, conversations, but always, the ember of self pulsed alongside the faint echo of the heart. My memories of the forest were vivid, horrifying, addictive. I could recall every whisper, every reflection, every pulse of sap and blood. And with memory came obsession. I wrote it down at first, hoping to exorcise the images on paper, but the act only sharpened them, made them more real, more tangible. Sometimes, I caught myself smiling at thoughts that should have terrified me. The forest had taught me things, brutal lessons about hunger, will, memory, and identity. I had survived its most harrowing trials, and yet, the line between resilience and compulsion blurred. My thoughts drifted to the corridors of the heart, to the reflections, to the whispers. Part of me, dark, unshakable, wished to return, to feel the pulse again, to confront eternity and claim it fully. It was then I realized the forest's most insidious power. It did not simply consume or trap. It lingered, it whispered, it shaped desire. Survival came with a price, and the ember was both shield and lure. Bloodroot had planted something inside me, a constant reminder that freedom was temporary, that the forest's reach extended beyond the heart, beyond the trees, beyond the visible edges of the world. One evening I felt it clearly, a pulse beneath my skin, faint at first, then growing, as if the forest had reached across miles of earth to test me again. Hunger whispered at the edges of my mind, seductive and patient. I closed my eyes and let it flow through me, not surrendering but acknowledging, integrating, controlling. The ember flared in response, and for the first time I understood. I could endure, and I could navigate this echo of Bloodroot's will. But I was not unchanged. My senses were sharper. Shadows seemed alive. Whispers in the wind carried meaning I could almost interpret. I could feel sap and root beneath the soil, tremors in the earth that told stories of distance, growth, and hunger. I had survived Bloodroot, but Bloodroot had survived me. And it would not forgive forgetting. The village I stayed in grew wary of me. Strange things happened nearby. Livestock vanished. Strange patterns appeared in fields. The earth seemed to move subtly at night. I did not speak, but I knew. The forest was patient. The ember flared, a warning and a protection. I could control it for now, but the pull was constant, subtle, irresistible. I walked at night, seeking solitude, seeking clarity. The stars above felt distant, the moon pale against the shadows that clung to me. I tried to recall the forest in full, the heart, the reflections, the hunger, but each recollection was addictive, drawing me back to corridors I had survived, memories I had conquered, yet could never forget. One night, I saw a figure at the edge of the village. Shadowed, calm, eyes faintly glowing red, the same as the guide. I froze. The figure did not approach, but simply watched. And I realized then, Bloodroot's presence was not limited to its physical form. Its will, its intelligence, its hunger could reach across boundaries, across miles, across mind. The heart was eternal, and I was now part of its web, fragile yet persistent. I did not move. I did not speak. I only felt the ember in my chest, pulsing, defiant. And I understood. I had escaped the forest physically, but it had not let me go. Perhaps it never would. Perhaps this was its greatest lesson. Survival does not mean freedom, and freedom does not mean peace. And yet I endured. I walked the village streets, my body marked, my mind attuned, my ember alive. I smiled faintly at the children playing near the stream, at the villagers tending fires, at the subtle, ordinary rhythms of life that had been absent in the forest. And for the first time, I felt a strange duality. Fear and fascination, longing and defiance, memory and self. The ember flared again, responding to the faint pulse beneath the earth. Bloodroot was still there, still aware, still patient. And I felt it clearly. I was changed. I would always be changed. But I would endure. I would navigate the whispers, the hunger, the reflections. I would live. And in that delicate, terrifying balance, I realized the truth. The forest is eternal. And I am alive. And perhaps that is enough. But the ember whispered, small and insistent, "You are not done. You are never done. Bloodroot waits. Always." I closed my eyes, breathing deeply. Yes, I was marked. I was haunted. I was changed. But I was still me. And that was something no forest, no heart, no eternal pulse could fully take away. Weeks turned into months. The village I had found myself in became a tenuous home, but one I never fully trusted, nor it me. There were murmurs of me among the villagers. Strange eyes, faint veins glowing red under skin, scars like bark on my arms. I spoke little, moved cautiously, smiled faintly at those who approached, and kept to the edges of gatherings. The ember of self burned steadily, a faint shield against the whispers and pulse of Bloodroot that lingered beneath my skin. But the forest was patient. Even miles away, even through seasons, its presence was subtle, insistent, and almost irresistible. It began with small things. Livestock went missing in the dead of night. Shadows moved unnaturally at the edge of the woods. Children spoke of strange dreams, dreams that mirrored the corridors of the heart, though they did not know the forest by name. One night, I saw a root pushing through the soil near the village well, thin and black, pulsating faintly. Hunger stirred in my marrow at the sight, sharp and demanding, and I knew Bloodroot was extending itself, watching, testing, waiting. The ember flared as I approached the root. My fingers brushed it, and a shiver ran down my spine. Visions, hallucinations, swept through me. The heart looming above me, reflections screaming, vines twisting to my touch. And yet I did not falter. I did not yield. I drew the pulse into myself, letting the root feed my ember, instead of my will feeding it. I could feel the forest's intelligence, patient and eternal, testing me from afar. And I realized, perhaps with horror, that it would never stop. Then I saw others. survivors or what remained of them, travelers who had ventured too close to Bloodroot, who had returned with hollow eyes, murmuring to themselves, their minds twisted, their bodies changed. I watched them from a distance at first, fearful that their presence might awaken the forest's attention. But some of them were drawn to me, sensing the ember, recognizing what I carried. They were desperate, half-mad, and I knew, if they touched the ember, they would be consumed, body and mind, in ways the forest alone could shape. I began to move carefully, seeking a balance. I helped them when I could, guiding them subtly, whispering truths to steady them. And in doing so, I discovered something terrifying. Bloodroot's influence was contagious, almost like a disease of will and memory. Even distance mattered little. Proximity to one who had survived the heart could stir the pulse. The forest's reach had grown, subtly, inexorably, and I was at the center. One night I dreamt of the heart. Its pulse was everywhere, a massive rhythm that beat beneath the soil, through rivers, across lands I did not know. It spoke, not in words, but in sensations, whispers, and pressures, testing me, tempting me, reminding me of what I could have been if I had surrendered. Its hunger was immense, almost tender in the way it tried to enfold me, make me part of eternity. I woke screaming, the ember flaring, the faint glow of veins along my arms like a beacon in the dark. Sweat coated my skin, my heart pounded, and yet I understood. I had survived the forest, yes, but the forest had survived me. And perhaps, in a way, I had become part of it, an edge of its consciousness, a flicker of defiance it could not consume but could manipulate. I began to see signs everywhere. Roots pushing through cracked stone in the village streets. Trees at the edge of the forest behaving as though sentient, moving subtly, reshaping shadows. Occasionally, whispers drifted on the wind, faint but distinct, promising knowledge, power, release, or death. I realized that Bloodroot had planted seeds in me that it could use at any moment. Hunger was no longer just an instinct. It was a tether, a reminder that the forest could call me back if it desired. I tried to resist the urge to return, the pull of corridors, of reflections, of the heart's pulse. But in quiet moments, when the world was still, I almost felt drawn back, drawn to the forest, to its eternal testing, to its whispered promises. It was addictive, intoxicating, and terrifying. The ember flared in response to each temptation, but I could feel it dimming at times, subtle and dangerous, like a candle flickering in a storm. Then, a traveler arrived at the village, bearing stories that made my blood run cold. He had seen Bloodroot from afar, though he did not know it by name. He spoke of forests that moved, trees that whispered, roots that seemed alive, and a pulse beneath the soil that made men collapse in terror or madness. His eyes held the same ember I recognized in myself. Faint, alive, a sign of survival. I approached him cautiously. His memories were fragmented, his mind fragile, but he sensed me, too, felt the pulse that lingered in my veins. And in that recognition, I realized a terrifying truth. Bloodroot had not been confined to a single place. Its intelligence, its hunger, its will could extend through the minds and bodies of survivors. It was growing, spreading, patient, eternal. I spent days guiding him, helping him understand how to survive the whispers, the hunger, the pulse. Each lesson was a negotiation, a test, and I realized that in doing so, I was shaping him as much as he was shaping me. We became guardians of sorts, two flickering embers in a world touched by the forest's pulse. And yet, the sense of isolation was profound. No one else understood. No one else could see the subtle, creeping presence that lingered just beneath reality. One evening, I ventured toward the edge of the forest again. Not to return, but to observe, to measure, to understand the scope of its influence. The heart did not loom here, but its pulse was faintly perceptible, a slow, steady rhythm that reached through the soil, through roots, through distant rivers. The forest had changed. It had adapted. It was waiting, as always. I knelt on the forest floor, tracing the black roots with my fingers. Hunger stirred at my marrow, whispers teased the edges of my mind, visions flickered in the shadows, and I realized the terrifying potential. The forest could reach me anywhere, subtly, insidiously, through others, through memory, through the pulse that lingered in my veins. Escape was physical, yes, but psychological and spiritual escape might never exist. The ember flared, responding to the pulse. I drew the hunger into myself, letting it strengthen me rather than consume me. I could feel the forest probing, testing, but I was learning how to endure, how to survive, how to navigate the delicate balance between self and the eternal, patient presence of Bloodroot. The traveler watched silently, sensing the tension. I knew he understood. We were forever changed, marked by the forest, linked to it, yet defiantly separate. A paradox, a fragile balance, a living testament to what survival truly meant. I rose, brushing soil from my hands. The forest, behind me, pulsed faintly, patient and eternal, whispering promises, threats, temptations. And I understood fully, with clarity both exhilarating and terrifying. This was not the end. This was merely a new beginning, a world outside the forest, yet still within its reach. The ember of self burned steadily, a small defiance against eternity. We walked away, leaving the forest behind, or at least the visible parts of it. But I knew better. Bloodroot would follow, in shadows, in whispers, in dreams, in the faint pulse beneath the earth. It would always wait, and I would always endure. But the ember whispered again, faint and insistent, "You are never done. You are never free. We are patient, and we remember." And I smiled, faint, small, defiant. Yes, I was marked. I was haunted. I was changed. But I was alive. And in that, I carried both terror and triumph, a duality that would define every step I took henceforth. The forest was no longer confined to the shadows at the edge of the village. Even from miles away, its pulse pressed faintly against my senses, subtle but insistent, like the echo of a heartbeat in a cave. I had thought that surviving meant escape, that freedom meant leaving its territory behind. But Bloodroot was patient, eternal, and cunning. Survival had only drawn me deeper into its web. I traveled with the traveler cautiously, mapping areas that showed traces of the forest's influence. Crops twisted unnaturally. Animals fled in terror or went missing entirely. Villagers whispered of shadows that moved against the wind, of murmured voices in dreams, of faint red flickers beneath their skin that they could not explain. And in all these cases, I felt the pulse, faint but undeniable, like a trail left for me to follow. The ember within me flared in response. I had learned to control it, to steady it, but the forest's call was becoming more complex, more invasive. It no longer simply tested my will. It probed for patterns, shaped the minds of others, and left subtle fingerprints on reality itself. People who had never ventured near Bloodroot were affected, drawn toward the periphery of its influence. Its consciousness was growing, expanding, reaching. We came across a small town where the forest's subtle reach had begun to take hold. Children were more quiet than usual, eyes wide with unplaceable terror. Adults whispered about nightmares that mirrored the heart, the black corridors, the reflections, though they had no way of knowing. And when we walked the streets, I felt faint tremors beneath the soil, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my ember. The traveler and I observed quietly, making mental notes, careful not to draw attention. We realized with mounting horror that the forest had learned how to replicate the effects of its heart through distance and influence. Pollens, roots, whispers, these were no longer confined to its territory. They could infect, distort, and manipulate minds across miles. Survival was no longer a personal challenge. It was becoming a systemic threat. One night, we followed faint tremors to a hidden grove far outside the town. The soil was scarred with black veins, roots branching and twisting beneath the surface, pulsing faintly like veins in a body. I knelt to touch the earth, and the ember flared violently, drawing me into visions I had thought I had mastered. In the visions, the heart sprawled across the continent, its pulse threading through forests, fields, and rivers. Shadows moved with intent. Whispers reached far beyond the trees. And everywhere, the forest had left traces, small, insidious changes in soil, water, and life itself. It was no longer just a forest. It was an intelligence, a presence, an inevitability. I pulled back from the soil, panting. The traveler watched silently, eyes wide. We both understood. The world itself had become Bloodroot's playground. Survival meant more than resisting its influence. It meant understanding, mapping, and perhaps containing something beyond comprehension. Days bled into nights as we investigated further. The ember in my chest became a compass, a guide, a warning system. I learned to feel the pulse in water, in stone, in air itself, tracing subtle anomalies that marked the forest's reach. And everywhere we went, subtle horrors followed. People touched by hallucinations, twisted reflections of memory, small disappearances that left no trace. The forest was patient, testing, shaping, and claiming influence wherever it could. I realized then that our survival had made us part of its network. Our ember, our resistance, our awareness, it was not just defense. It was a node in its system, a piece of its intelligence that had been shaped by struggle and endurance. And if we failed, if we faltered, it would claim us, consume us, and our own strength would become fuel for its spread. We encountered other survivors, some sane, some broken. Each had traces of the forest, each carried faint pulses, each bore marks of endurance or obsession. Some had learned to navigate the subtle effects like we had. Others had surrendered entirely, their minds warped by hallucinations, reflections, and the eternal pull of hunger. And in every case, the pattern was the same. Bloodroot's influence was growing, reaching, infecting, and adapting. One survivor, an older man, whispered to me, "It's everywhere now, not just the forest. It reaches through water, through air, through memory." I felt it in cities hundreds of miles away. His eyes flickered with red, faintly alive. "And it knows who resists." I felt the ember flare at his words. Yes, it knew. It had always known. And every act of endurance, every step of survival, every decision we made was a response to its intelligence. The forest had become a predator of thought and memory, patient, cunning, and eternal. We decided to trace the edges of its influence deliberately, mapping the subtle signs in the world. It became an obsession. Every strange root, every twitching shadow, every whisper on the wind was documented, analyzed, interpreted. And with each discovery, the pulse grew more insistent in my veins, more addictive, more seductive. The traveler warned me once, "We can't fight it directly. We can only observe, endure, and guide others to resist." I nodded. We had learned that confrontation was useless. Bloodroot did not respond to violence. It responded to compliance, awareness, and survival. Tested, it shaped, it waited. And if we became careless, it would twist our resistance into fuel for itself. Then, one night, the ember flared violently. A deep, resonant pulse ran through the land beneath our feet. It was the heart, or a fragment of it, extending across miles in a deliberate, unyielding rhythm. Whispers filled my mind, pulling, tempting, promising, threatening. And I realized the forest had discovered our mapping, our tracking, our subtle defiance. It had responded. We fled to the edge of the known territories, following the ember's guidance. I felt the pulse in every stone, every root, every shadow. And in the quiet of that endless night, I understood the full scope. Bloodroot was no longer a forest. It was a consciousness, a network, an inevitability. Its influence had touched the wider world, testing, shaping, waiting. And our survival, our ember, our resistance, it was only a temporary stand. Yet we endured. We survived. And in that endurance lay power, however fragile, however fleeting. The ember flared again, a small but defiant pulse against the eternal rhythm of the heart. And I realized the final truth. Survival was not just resisting the forest. Survival was understanding it, navigating its reach, and living with the knowledge that freedom was an illusion. The forest waited, always patient, eternal, hungry, and I carried the ember, defiant, awake, aware. The world was no longer safe. Every shadow could be a root, every whisper could be a lure, every reflection a snare. Bloodroot had spread beyond the forest's borders in ways I could barely comprehend. Rivers carried traces of its pulse. Winds carried faint hallucinogenic spores. Even the earth beneath roads and towns pulsed with the subtle rhythm of its heartbeat. I felt the ember flare constantly, a fragile shield against the incessant tug of the forest. The traveler and I had become nodes in its network, aware of its intelligence, sensitive to its movements. But with each passing day, I realized that awareness was only half the battle. The other half was endurance. Survival was no longer just about avoiding physical consumption. It was about navigating a vast, sentient web that could manipulate minds, reshape reality, and twist memory. We had gathered other survivors, forming a fragile, precarious network. Some were strong, like the traveler. Others were fractured, haunted by hallucinations and the creeping corruption of memory. Yet all were connected by the ember, by the pulse, by the understanding that the forest's reach had become almost infinite. One evening, we met in a ruined chapel on the edge of a forested valley, a place untouched by direct bloodroot growth, but saturated with its influence. Shadows twisted in unnatural angles across the cracked stone walls. Roots pushed through the altar and pews, pulsing faintly as if listening. The survivors murmured, their eyes flickering with faint red traces, and I realized that even here, even now, the forest's presence was tangible. We discussed strategy, how to navigate the spread, how to resist the pull, how to survive when the very air seemed to whisper temptations and threats. Maps were drawn, notes exchanged, observations compiled. But the ember pulsed most insistently when I thought of the heart itself. It was out there, beyond the physical forest, extending through soil, water, and air. And I could feel it moving toward us, deliberate, patient, relentless. Days later, we detected a concentrated pulse, a convergence point. The earth itself vibrated with an unnatural rhythm. The traveler and I sensed the presence of the heart in its purest form, stretching tendrils of influence outward, testing, seeking nodes of compliance, resistance, and defiance. And then we realized something horrifying. The forest could communicate directly through dreams, memories, and reflections. It could invade consciousness, probe weaknesses, and extract the ember of self from the unwary. We approached cautiously. The survivors followed, guided by our knowledge of subtle signs. The way roots twisted, the angles of shadows, the faint pulse under soil and stone. And as we neared the convergence, hallucinations intensified. Memories replayed, twisted, and looped. Faces of loved ones appeared and vanished. Reflections in water showed impossible landscapes, endless corridors, the heart itself looming with twisted patience. The traveler whispered, voice trembling, "It wants us to give in. It wants the ember. Every pulse, every whisper. It's testing whether we break." I nodded, feeling the ember flare violently in response. It was true. The heart was patient, but it was also intelligent, measuring our resistance, shaping our actions, and probing for weakness. We pressed forward. Roots erupted from the earth like veins, twisting and curling, sensing heat and constricting, as though trying to grasp the ember within me. I drew the pulse into myself, focusing, letting it strengthen rather than consume. The survivor network moved cautiously, guided by our signals, avoiding the subtle snares and traps embedded in soil, air, and shadow. The convergence opened before us, a clearing suffused with an unnatural crimson glow. Roots and vines formed impossible patterns, twisting into shapes that seemed alive, sentient, aware. And at the center, the heart pulsed in a rhythm that matched my own ember, yet immense, eternal, and infinite. Whispers filled my mind, sweet and venomous. Give yourself. Become part of us. Resist and you will be consumed. I clenched my fists. I felt the pulse surge against me, an overwhelming tide of hunger, temptation, and power. Every fiber of my being screamed to surrender, to merge with the intelligence that had shaped and hunted me for months. But I held firm. The ember flared, a defiant beacon in the crimson light. I was alive. I was resisting. I was aware. The traveler stood beside me, eyes wide but steady. We were nodes in a web of resistance, a fragile bastion of awareness in a world that had become Bloodroot's playground. And then the forest acted. Roots erupted violently, forming walls and barriers, corridors and loops, trying to trap us, test our endurance, and force submission. Hallucinations became nearly unbearable. Reflections of the past, impossible futures, corridors that seemed infinite, and whispers promising knowledge, power, and release in exchange for surrender. We pressed on, guiding the survivors carefully, using the ember as a compass, our will as a shield. The forest's intelligence tested each step, probing for weakness, measuring fear, manipulating perception. And yet we endured. The ember flared with each challenge, growing steadier, stronger. We were learning to integrate the pulse without being consumed. Then, at the center of the convergence, I saw it. A vast, writhing knot of roots and blackened wood, pulsing like a heart, its surface etched with faint, moving faces, reflections of all those consumed, all those tested, all those who had surrendered. It was the heart in its full, terrifying glory. Sentient, infinite, patient, and omniscient. It spoke. Not in words, but in sensation, pulling at the ember, probing our memories, reshaping reality around us. I felt my mind stretch, resisting hallucinations, false memories, and twisted realities. I reached out with the ember, drawing the forest's pulse into myself, trying to contain it, trying to map it, trying to understand it without being consumed. Time became meaningless. Minutes, hours, days, blended into a continuous, shifting pulse. The heart attempted to overwhelm me, whispering promises of power, eternity, and release. Faces of the consumed leered at me, twisted and mournful. I felt hunger in my marrow, in my veins, in the very soil beneath my hands. And yet I held. The traveler mirrored my actions, guiding the survivors, stabilizing their ember-like pulses, reinforcing their awareness, helping them endure. Together, we formed a fragile lattice of resistance, nodes of defiance in a world that had become Bloodroot's mind. And then it changed. The heart hesitated. It paused, sensing our resistance, measuring the ember, realizing that it could not consume without struggle, that our will was intact, that our awareness was active. The crimson glow dimmed slightly, roots retracted, and whispers softened but did not cease. It was patient, eternal, hungry, but for the first time, it acknowledged our presence not as prey but as persistent, defiant nodes in its web. We withdrew from the convergence, leaving the heart intact but aware. Its pulse followed us, subtle now, insistent, as if testing how far it could reach without breaking its own pattern. We returned to the network of survivors, exhausted, altered, but alive. And I realized the ultimate truth. Survival was not about conquering Bloodroot. It was about endurance, awareness, and defiance. The forest would always exist. Its reach would always extend. But so would we, nodes of ember, awareness, and resistance in a world slowly reshaped by its intelligence. The heart waited, always, patient, eternal, hungry, and we endured. The world had changed, though not in ways visible to the untrained eye. Villages seemed normal. Roads were intact. Rivers flowed as they had before. Yet beneath every surface, subtle tendrils of influence snaked quietly, ever patient, ever probing. Bloodroot was no longer just a forest. It was an omnipresent pulse threading through life itself. And we, the survivors, the nodes, the bearers of ember, were the only ones who truly knew the depth of its reach. After the convergence, we settled into a rhythm of vigilance. We moved from town to town, observing, guiding, stabilizing the pulses of those we could, recording subtle signs of the forest's presence. Hallucinations flared intermittently, and reflections occasionally shifted when we least expected it. Shadows in alleyways moved with faint independence. Water seemed to whisper. Even the wind carried suggestions, almost imperceptible, almost tempting. At night, the ember flared within me as if it had its own consciousness. A guide and warning system fused with my own will. I slept rarely, and when I did, dreams were not rest but another battlefield. The heart reached into slumber, testing endurance, offering visions of power, eternity, and release. I resisted always, but the cost was steep. Fatigue gnawed at the edges of awareness. Memories became unreliable. Even I wondered if fragments of myself had been claimed by the forest in the endless tug-of-war. The traveler kept steady, their presence a lifeline of logic, observation, and endurance. Others in our fragile network followed our guidance, their ember-like pulses tethered to ours, forming a lattice of awareness that stretched across hundreds of miles. Each node we stabilized was a beacon against the forest, each pulse of defiance a minor victory in a war without end. We encountered new manifestations of the forest's intelligence daily. Rivers that ran black for a day, then cleared. Trees that twisted to form faces, mouthing words we could almost hear. Animals that avoided entire regions for no visible reason. Sometimes entire towns would vanish from memory, remembered only by the ember-bearers, erased from history as though they had never existed. The forest was testing not just resistance but memory, perception, and collective awareness. One evening, while mapping a particularly corrupted valley, I realized the forest had begun creating mirror zones, regions that reflected the world but were subtly wrong. Paths twisted into impossible loops. Structures seemed familiar but shifted slightly with each visit. People we met within these zones exhibited fractured memories or duplicated conversations, as though the forest were experimenting with continuity itself. I whispered to the traveler, voice tight with dread, "It's not just reaching outward anymore. It's shaping reality itself." They nodded gravely. "And we're the control. If we falter, the mirror zones will expand. Our awareness is the only thing keeping the patterns anchored to something real." We began to develop new strategies. Movement was calculated, every step considered. Communication was often indirect, using signals or coded gestures. Hallucinations were cataloged, tracked, and cross-referenced with the forest's subtle cues. Resistance became a science, a discipline of constant observation, endurance, and calculation. Days bled into weeks. The toll was visible. Survivors aged rapidly under the pressure of constant vigilance. Eyes reddened, minds frayed, hands shook with the constant effort of reading the world for subtle manipulations. But the ember remained, a defiant pulse in every node, a thread of self-awareness that refused to be fully claimed. And yet, I could not ignore the subtle thrill that accompanied survival, the addictive tension, the constant dance with the forest. Every pulse of resistance, every successful navigation of a mirror zone or hallucination, sent adrenaline and ember surging through my veins. Survival became a compulsion, a dark necessity, a form of twisted ecstasy. The forest demanded endurance, and endurance demanded obsession. One night, we encountered a mirror zone unlike any before. The valley appeared pristine, untouched by the forest's corruption. Yet the ember flared violently. Reflections in every surface, water, glass, polished stone, were slightly wrong. Conversations repeated, but words shifted meaning subtly. The heart's presence was tangible here, dense and patient, testing our perception and commitment. We pressed carefully, following the lattice of ember pulses. A survivor screamed suddenly, frozen in terror, staring at a reflection that mouthed his name, his exact thoughts, his fears, twisting them into something alien. The forest was trying to claim him, to rewrite him, to absorb him fully. The traveler acted instantly, grounding the survivor with ember pulses, tethering him to reality. I reached through the pulse, feeling the subtle tugs and resistances, guiding both survivor and reflection back to coherence. It was exhausting. Every action, every resistance, required mental and physical effort beyond normal human limits. The forest was infinite patience incarnate, and we were finite, mortal, fragile, but we endured. Each survival, each act of defiance, became a thread woven into the ever-expanding tapestry of resistance. Weeks later, we discovered an abandoned city. Its streets were unnaturally quiet. Windows reflected wrong angles. Shadows moved independently. I felt the ember flare, stronger than ever, guiding me to a central plaza. There, roots had erupted from beneath the pavement, forming a lattice reminiscent of the heart's structure. It was smaller, localized, but undeniably a fragment of the central intelligence. The traveler studied it cautiously. "The heart fragments," they murmured. "It's creating smaller nodes to extend influence. This is how it scales. This is how it survives beyond the forest." We realized then that our struggle was not temporary. Bloodroot would never cease. Its intelligence was patient, distributed, and eternal. And we, the nodes, the ember-bearers, were its only true opposition, fragile but vigilant. I understood finally that survival would never be simple. There would be no victory in the traditional sense, no triumphant ending. The forest's reach was eternal, its influence infinite, its hunger unending. But in our defiance lay a different kind of triumph. The maintenance of self, awareness, and memory in a world constantly tempted to unravel. And in that realization, I felt the ember pulse not just with defiance, but with clarity. We would endure, forever vigilant, weaving networks of awareness across the corrupted world. We would survive in a world the forest sought to consume entirely, and in doing so, we became the subtle, quiet flame that even Bloodroot could not extinguish completely. The heart waited, always, patient, eternal, hungry, and we endured. The ember had become more than a pulse. It was a language, a map, a lifeline through a world that no longer obeyed natural rules. Every survivor in our network had learned to read it, to extend it like delicate tendrils into the environment, into shadows, into hallucinatory distortions, into the very fabric of corrupted reality. But even as we grew more adept, the forest adapted faster. Mirror zones twisted unpredictably, sometimes shifting mid-step. Trees we had marked as stable erupted overnight with new forms of consciousness, sensing heat and movement in ways we had never anticipated. The fragments of the heart had multiplied. We began encountering small nodes of intelligence far from the forest itself, in abandoned factories, decaying villages, even in rivers and lakes whose surfaces rippled with an almost knowing awareness. The traveler noticed it first. "It's learning from us," they said quietly one evening, as we mapped a fragment stronghold in a ruined mill. "Every time we resist, every time we adapt, it adapts in response. It's evolving with our strategy, like a predator refining its method after each failed hunt." I felt the ember flare, and it was almost like the forest could sense our recognition. Shadows lengthened in unnatural directions. Reflections in broken glass shifted. A vine twined around the corner of the building, sensing, calculating, waiting. We had to move carefully. Each fragment was a trap, each interaction a test. Hallucinations intensified. Children laughing in empty streets, familiar voices calling us toward invisible corridors, past friends and enemies replaying moments that never happened. The survivor network began to fray under the constant strain. One of the new survivors, a woman named Alara, was the first to succumb. She wandered into a mirror zone that she insisted looked normal, but the ember flared violently against her presence. When we found her, she was whispering to reflections, eyes glazed, repeating the same phrase over and over. "The forest is not cruel, it is patient." We tried to tether her with the ember, but her consciousness had fractured too far. We were forced to leave her behind, a living warning of the cost of exposure. That night, I could feel the ember flare with sorrow, with rage, and with a subtle tremor of fear. The forest was patient, but patience, I realized, was not mercy. We regrouped, weary but determined. The traveler suggested we take a more proactive approach. Instead of simply avoiding fragments, we would infiltrate them, study them, and attempt to collapse their local influence through synchronized ember pulses. It was dangerous, but every day we delayed gave the forest more time to adapt, to entrench, to claim another node. Our first attempt was in a small village where a fragment had taken root in a dilapidated church. Shadows moved in impossible angles along the walls. Water pooled unnaturally in the basement, reflecting entire pasts and impossible futures. Roots twisted through the altar, pulsing with a faint, intelligent rhythm. We entered carefully. Ember pulses flared in controlled bursts, our network synchronized through gestures and subtle signals. The fragment reacted immediately. Vines constricted, shadows coalesced into humanoid shapes, and hallucinations intensified, looping our memories into grotesque parodies. The pulse of the heart's fragment tugged at us, probing for weakness. We endured, focusing on the ember as a collective anchor. Every node of awareness strengthened another, creating a lattice of resistance around the fragment. Slowly, painfully, we forced its influence back, isolating it in a concentrated pocket of awareness. For a brief moment, the forest's pulse stilled. Silence descended, but it was only temporary. The fragment pulsed faintly, as though mocking our efforts, waiting for a lapse. And we understood then what the traveler had warned. The heart's fragments were iterative, adaptive, resilient. Destroying them outright was impossible. We could only contain, delay, and survive. Days later, news reached us through the network of survivors. Another node had been corrupted. Children had vanished in a mirror zone. A small town had been erased from memory entirely. The forest was learning faster than we could anticipate. Each survival, each act of defiance, was a thread woven into the tapestry. But each failure was also a lesson the heart could exploit. Sleep became optional. Vigilance became ritual. The ember pulsed constantly, a living interface with the forest, guiding, warning, stabilizing. Sometimes I felt as though the ember had its own agenda, not just survival but teaching, shaping, and even punishing when lapses occurred. The network began to function like a single organism, coordinated, cautious, and painfully aware of the fragility of every individual node. And yet, the toll was immense. Survivors grew skeletal, eyes hollow, hands trembling. Hallucinations persisted even outside mirror zones. We began to notice small but horrifying signs. Reflections moving independently, whispers answering our thoughts, dreams overlapping reality. The forest's intelligence was becoming omnipresent, a constant pressure on mind and body. One night, in a ruined observatory on a hill overlooking a fractured valley, I realized something terrifying. The fragments were beginning to communicate, not in words but in pulse patterns, in subtle vibrations, in the manipulation of reflections and hallucinations. They were coordinating, creating a distributed intelligence that rivaled the central heart in localized zones. It was no longer a single adversary. It was a network of minds, patient, calculating, and relentless. The traveler stood beside me, face pale. "We are not facing the forest anymore," they whispered. "We are facing its mind. And its mind is learning faster than we can resist." I felt the ember flare, a mix of defiance and terror. We had survived months of manipulation, hallucination, and physical threat, but now the battle was on a level I had never imagined. The heart and its fragments were not simply predators. They were instructors, tormentors, and architects of reality, and we were their experiment. We had no choice but to continue. Retreat meant collapse. Exposure meant corruption. And so we pressed forward, guiding the network, reinforcing ember pulses, cataloging every hallucination, every reflection, every subtle manipulation. Each day was a struggle, each night a test, and each moment a delicate balance between endurance and surrender. The forest waited, patient, eternal, hungry, and we endured. But I knew that survival alone would not be enough. The ember could resist, but the mind was fragile. Our network could contain fragments, but it could not destroy them. And the heart, patient and omniscient, was watching, learning, and planning. The final confrontation, I realized, would not be one of force, but of endurance, awareness, and cunning. And in that grim understanding, I felt both dread and a fierce, terrible clarity. The forest had won the world, but we had won ourselves so far. and that was enough to survive. The ember throbbed in my veins like a heartbeat that refused to stop. It had become my reality, my warning, my tether to sanity. Every shadow was suspect. Every reflection could be a fragment of the heart, watching, testing, learning. The forest had evolved beyond a simple place of danger. It was now a networked predator, a hive of intelligence that adapted, responded, and probed. We received fragmented messages through the Ember network, reports of entire towns swallowed into mirror zones, of survivors speaking in unison to voices that weren't there, of hallucinations so persistent they bled into the waking world. Each report raised the ember's intensity in my chest. The traveler moved beside me constantly, eyes scanning every corner, hands twitching with readiness. The fragments are no longer isolated, they said. They're coordinating. The heart's mind is forming outside the forest proper. It's everywhere. I swallowed hard. I had felt this truth for days, but hearing it aloud crystallized the terror. The heart's reach had become a systemic intelligence, omnipresent and patient. We were not simply resisting a forest anymore, we were resisting the very architecture of consciousness it had built. We tracked one of the largest fragment nodes to a city partially overtaken by the forest. Buildings twisted unnaturally, their shapes subtly wrong, while the streets were a maze of looping alleys and impossible angles. Shadows moved independently, whispering fragments of our own fears. The ember pulsed violently, a warning. We were near the core of one of the heart's growing networks. Our entry into the city was careful, methodical. We moved as a lattice, every survivor in the network tethered to our pulses, reinforcing stability against the fragment's influence. Hallucinations struck immediately. Familiar faces appeared where none could exist. Voices called us into traps. Reflections contradicted reality. One survivor fell instantly, wandering into a wall that wasn't there, only to reappear minutes later as a fragment simulacrum. An echo designed to lure others into submission. We acted quickly, tethering the survivor with ember, pulling them back from the fragment's mimicry. But the cost was visible. Every intervention drained our strength, frayed our focus, and deepened the hallucinations we experienced ourselves. My own reflection in a shattered storefront window smiled at me, whispering secrets it couldn't know, secrets of failures I hadn't yet suffered. The traveler gritted their teeth. "This is worse than anything we've faced," they muttered. "It's the forest's mind at full scale, and it's learning faster than we can adapt." We pressed on, navigating streets that seemed to loop infinitely. Roots erupted from sidewalks, vines twisted around buildings, sensing heat, constricting with intent. We avoided direct contact, using ember pulses to anchor the group's perception and reinforce the lattice of reality. Each step forward was a negotiation, a battle against the forest's subtle, insidious intelligence. Then we reached the heart of the fragment node, a cathedral-like structure of living wood, glass, and shadow. The ember flared violently. The fragments had concentrated intelligence here, forming a nexus that pulsed in sync with the heart itself. Reflections and shadows moved independently, almost corporeal, and every breath of wind carried hallucinations that tugged at memory and perception. We synchronized our pulses, focusing every ember as a single lattice of resistance. The fragments reacted instantly. The building seemed to breathe, walls twisting, shadows attacking, hallucinatory screams echoing from non-existent corridors. Every sensory input was corrupted: light, sound, even touch. Some survivors screamed and collapsed. Others faltered, their perceptions overwhelmed. I forced myself to anchor to the ember, sending stabilizing pulses to everyone, reinforcing connections to reality. It was exhausting. My body trembled uncontrollably, but I could not stop. If I faltered, the network would collapse and every survivor in the city, and perhaps beyond, would be claimed by the fragment. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time itself became unreliable. Reflections argued with reality. Shadows contradicted themselves. I could feel the fragment probing the network, testing for weaknesses, exploiting memory lapses, planting illusions so convincing they almost felt real. The traveler acted decisively. We push. We collapse the node. We surged forward as one, pushing ember pulses into the fragment nexus, concentrating our awareness like a laser. Roots shrieked and recoiled. Shadows screamed silently, twisting into grotesque forms. The hallucinations peaked. I saw the faces of everyone I had ever known, alive and dead, accusing me of failure, of cowardice, of betrayal. My pulse flared in defiance and terror, anchoring the network as the fragment twisted and writhed in response. Then suddenly a stillness. The building shivered, and the fragment's pulse faltered. For the first time, the heart's fragment seemed uncertain, vulnerable. We held the lattice steady, focusing every ember in a coordinated assault of awareness and resistance. And then the fragment collapsed inward, a ripple of release that left the cathedral a hollow husk of twisted wood and shadow. Survivors collapsed from exhaustion, hallucinations fading, but the ember still burned, warning, guiding, reminding us that the forest was far from finished. The city was partially saved, but we knew the victory was temporary. The heart would adapt, and more fragments would emerge, learning from our tactics, exploiting our weaknesses. The cost of survival was permanent vigilance, endurance beyond human limits, and a constant confrontation with madness itself. I stepped outside into the ruined streets, the ember still pulsing through me like a heartbeat of fire. The travelers stood beside me, face pale but resolute. "We've won this round," they said, "but the war is far from over." I nodded, feeling the ember thrumming with both exhaustion and clarity. The forest waited, eternal, patient, omniscient, and we, fragile, mortal, but defiant, would endure. The heart would not claim us today. Not yet, but tomorrow it would test us again. And we would meet it, as we always had, with awareness, defiance, and the pulse of ember that no forest could ever fully extinguish. I had never known a world without the ember. It pulsed through me, a constant reminder of what was at stake, of the line we walked between sanity and madness, between survival and total annihilation. We had fought for months, maybe longer. It was hard to keep track of time in a world where days bled together and memories twisted in endless loops. But now, I knew the final confrontation was upon us. The heart, that patient, omniscient intelligence at the core of the Bloodroot Forest, was reaching for something far worse than simply expanding its territory. It was trying to consume consciousness itself. We had been tracking the fragments for weeks, each battle taking a greater toll. The ember no longer felt like a blessing. It was an anchor, heavy and suffocating. I could feel it deep within my chest, burning with the weight of every choice, every sacrifice. I stood at the edge of a ravaged city, once a vibrant hub of life. Now it was a hollow shell, its streets silent but for the wind that carried whispers. Whispers that sounded too much like my own voice. The sky above was a sickly, unnatural color, like an old bruise that would never heal. The heart had been active in this region for days, its fragments weaving through the air, through the very ground we walked on. It was everywhere, its intelligence had become omnipresent. The travelers stood beside me, eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon. "It's here," they said quietly. "The final node. We'll need to breach it, collapse it, but the cost." They trailed off, and I felt the weight of their words settle over us both. The cost. We had both seen it in the faces of those who had fallen before, survivors whose minds had shattered, who had walked into mirror zones and never returned. Survivors who had surrendered to the forest's embrace, allowing themselves to be absorbed, erased. I had heard the rumors. Whispers that the heart was no longer just in the Bloodroot Forest. It had spread beyond, infiltrating the air, the earth, the very fabric of reality itself. "We're out of time," I said, my voice hoarse. "The heart is reaching for something. If we don't act now." The traveler nodded, their face grim. "We won't survive long enough to see the next day. The heart knows we're coming. It's been waiting for us." We moved through the city, our steps deliberate. The ember in me burned brighter with each step, but I could feel the fatigue of our network, the weariness that had begun to tear at the seams. The hallucinations had become almost unbearable in the past few hours. reflections that lingered too long, faces in the shadows that never fully appeared. They were waiting for us. The closer we got to the center of the city, the more intense the pressure became. The air seemed thicker, like breathing underwater. The sky, once fractured by the forest's influence, now looked completely alien. It was like a wrongness had settled over everything, a palpable sense that reality itself was being stretched, pulled, torn apart. "I can feel it," I muttered, eyes fixed ahead. "The forest is closing in. It's changing everything." The traveler's hand shot out, gripping my arm with a sudden intensity. "We don't know what happens if we collapse the final node. We might lose ourselves in the process." The ember pulsed in my chest, thrumming in response. "We've already lost everything," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we've also gained something. I don't know if it's enough, but if we don't act now, it'll be too late for everyone else." We reached the heart of the city, where the final node of the heart had anchored itself, an ancient tower that had once served as a beacon for travelers, but now stood like a monument to the forest's corruption. Vines wrapped around its stone walls, thick and pulsating, while roots surged from the ground like a dark tidal wave. The air here was heavy with something else, a presence, an intelligence that brushed against the edges of my consciousness, prodding, pushing, trying to subjugate me. I felt the ember flare, as though sensing the danger that was coming. The traveler glanced at me, their face pale. "This is it. If we breach it, we might destroy it, or we might become a part of it." I nodded, the weight of the decision pressing down on me like an immovable stone. There was no going back. I could feel it in my bones, in the ember, in the very marrow of my soul. The forest was preparing to expand, to assimilate not just our world but the concept of reality itself. This wasn't a fight for survival anymore. It was a battle for consciousness itself. We entered the tower, moving in perfect synchronization, every ember-bearer in the network pulsing in time with ours. The further we went, the more distorted reality became. The walls seemed to breathe, to shift and change. The floor buckled beneath us, sending us into disorienting spirals. Hallucinations multiplied. People we knew, dead and alive, calling to us, pleading with us to stop. The voices swirled around me, a cacophony of guilt, regret, and fear. I staggered, barely catching myself on the wall. The ember flickered and sputtered as if unsure of itself. And then it hit me. This was the final test. The heart was not just trying to break our bodies or our minds. It was trying to consume our will to resist, to convince us that we had already lost, that surrendering was the only way out. The traveler caught my eye, their face hardening. "Don't listen to it. Don't give in." We reached the core of the tower, a vast, empty chamber, its walls pulsing with the heart's presence. There, in the center, was the heart itself. Not a physical entity, but an immense presence, a nexus of consciousness, reaching out like thousands of tendrils, connecting to every node, every fragment, every living thing within its grasp. I could feel it stretching toward me, its pulse invading my mind, wrapping around my thoughts, whispering promises of peace, of release, of forgetting. It knew me now, knew my weaknesses, my deepest fears. It understood me. I closed my eyes, focusing on the ember's pulse, blocking it out. The traveler did the same, their pulse joining mine, synchronized and steady. For a moment, there was a terrifying silence. And then we acted. We extended our pulses together, forcing every ember in our network to concentrate on the nexus. The heart screamed, a sound so primal, so overwhelming, that I felt my very soul rip apart. The chamber began to twist, to fold, and the forest's influence stretched and contracted like a living thing in its death throes. The very foundation of reality trembled. I felt the ember flicker, and for an instant I thought we had failed. But then something shifted. The heart's influence wavered. The tower shuddered, and a pulse of light erupted from the center of the nexus. The vines and roots recoiled, their hold on the world weakening. The forest's grip was loosening. We had done it, but the victory was hollow. I could feel it even as I stood there, watching the collapse of the heart's final node. Reality was fraying, like a tapestry unraveling, and with it, our very identities. The ember burned bright in my chest, but I knew it wouldn't be enough to heal everything that had been lost. The tower crumbled around us, and the last remnants of the forest's influence began to fade. But as I looked back at the traveler, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. Their face was unfamiliar. Their eyes, once sharp, had lost their focus. The forest had left its mark. Not just on the land, but on us, on everything. And though we had won, the price of survival was higher than we could ever have imagined. As the last of the heart's presence faded, I whispered to the traveler, unsure if they could hear me, "We survived, but we're changed, and so is the world." They didn't answer, but I knew, deep down, that the battle was far from over. The ember would burn until the end. But the forest? It would never truly leave us. I once thought survival was the ultimate goal, that if we could just fight long enough, hold on tight enough, we would escape the forest's grasp, find a way back to what we had lost. But now, as I stand among the ruins of what remains, I know the truth. We are not escaping the forest. The forest is inside us, and it always will be. The ember pulses faintly in my chest, but it no longer feels like a blessing. It feels like a curse, one that I can never escape. The others feel it too. We are all changed, broken in ways that can never heal. The city, once filled with the laughter of children and the hum of industry, is now a hollow monument to the power of the heart. Its buildings have crumbled, and its streets are overrun with roots, vines, and creeping vines of twisted, sentient consciousness. The forest's fingerprints are everywhere. They always have been. The traveler walks beside me, their form, thinner than it once was, their movements slower, their eyes dull with the weight of what we've become. I try to remember the person they were, sharp-eyed, fierce, determined. But that version of them seems as distant as the world we once knew. "We did it," they say softly, but there's no triumph in their voice. There's only the echo of a truth we can no longer ignore. The heart is defeated, but the forest is forever. I nod. We did. But at what cost? They look at me, their gaze distant. We lost more than just our past. We've lost our future, too. I know they're right. The ember still pulses within me, but it's no longer the beacon of hope it once was. It's a constant reminder of everything we've sacrificed. We cannot undo what has been done. The forest has infected our very essence. It has woven itself into our minds, into our memories, into our thoughts. The city behind us feels like a ghost town, but it's more than that. It's a place where the lines between reality and the heart's influence have blurred beyond recognition. Sometimes, I catch myself wondering if the faces I see are real or just fragments, remnants of what the heart wants me to believe. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can hear the whispers, the echoes of what we have seen, what we have become. They pull at my consciousness, trying to drag me back into the forest's embrace. A flicker of motion catches my eye, and for a moment, I think I see a figure in the distance. Someone I knew, someone I loved. But when I look again, there's nothing there but a patch of twisted vines. I've seen this before. The illusions have not stopped. They are part of me now, part of all of us. We walk for hours, the silence between us stretching long and uncomfortable. We don't speak much anymore. What's left to say? We've seen the end of the world. The heart is gone, but its echoes remain, pulsing like a heartbeat in our veins, in the world itself. It's a world we can never return to, one where reality itself is always shifting, always uncertain. Finally, we reach the edge of the city, where the last remnants of the forest's influence are concentrated. There, a thin line of bloodroot vines extends across the horizon, a creeping mass of darkness that stretches far beyond the ruined city. The forest is still there, waiting. It will always be there, in the corners of our minds, in the places we cannot see, in the places we are afraid to look. This is where it ends, the traveler says, their voice barely above a whisper. But it's not over. The forest will always be a part of us. I feel the ember pulse again, sharper this time, as though answering their words. It's an uneasy thing, the ember now, a flickering flame, like a fading star in the blackness of space. I want to rip it out to sever the bond once and for all. But I know that would be impossible. It's inside me, woven into my very being. I close my eyes for a moment, and I can feel the pull. The forest is calling. Not in the way it once did, not with force, but with a quiet, insistent whisper. It's in the bloodroot vines at the horizon, in the wind that moves through the trees, in the shifting shadows of the ruins. The heart is gone, but the forest, it is eternal. It never really leaves us. I say quietly, my voice full of resignation. Even when we think it's gone, it's still there waiting, in us. The traveler doesn't answer, but I can see their shoulders sag, as though a great weight has settled on them. We both know the truth now. The fight was never really about defeating the heart. It was about surviving it. And we have survived, but at a cost we could never have predicted. Maybe, they say after a long pause, we weren't meant to survive at all. Maybe we were meant to become part of it. I turn to look at them, the words sinking in. The ember burns again, a deep pulse that fills my chest, but there's no comfort in it now. It's not the ember I knew. It's something else, something darker. The traveler is right. We have become part of the forest. We are now living, breathing fragments of its eternal will. And as I stand there, looking out over the ruined city, I realize that this world, our world, is no longer our own. It is the heart's world. It always has been. The forest lives inside us. And no matter how far we go, no matter how we try to run, it will never truly release us. I take a step forward, and the vines move at my feet, as though acknowledging my presence, as though greeting me. The land is alive, breathing. I can feel the pulse of the forest now, not just in the ember, but in my very blood. It is a part of me, and I am a part of it. And so the cycle continues. The forest endures. The forest waits. And we, who have survived, will always carry a piece of it within us. The world was no longer what it had been. It was warped, twisted. Not in the way it had been before, during the height of the forest's influence, but in something far more insidious. The forest had won in a way we never truly understood. Its roots were in us now, intertwined with our thoughts, our memories, our very identity. The ember pulsed, but it didn't offer comfort anymore. It simply reminded us of everything we had lost. We moved through the ruins of the city, but it didn't feel like we were walking through the same world. The buildings were shattered, the streets overrun by the vines, but there was something else in the air now, something palpable, like a weight pressing down on our shoulders. It wasn't just the forest that had changed. We had changed, too. The traveler walked beside me, their face drawn, their eyes shadowed. They had always been strong, the leader of the group, the one who held the ember steady when everything else seemed to falter. But now, I could see the cracks in them, the way their movements had slowed, the way they flinched at every rustle of the wind, as though expecting something to reach out from the shadows. "Do you feel it?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The forest inside us? They didn't answer at first. Instead, they paused, their hand resting on a shattered column. The once grand structure had collapsed under the weight of time and vines. But now, as the traveler stood there, I could see the flicker of something more. The ember pulsed again, but it wasn't just a sensation in my chest. I felt it in my fingertips, in the roots that twisted beneath the rubble, in the very air around us. The forest's mind was still there, quiet, but watching. "I don't know how to fight this," the traveler said, their voice hollow. "We defeated the heart, but the forest still remains. It's inside us. It's part of us." I nodded slowly, the weight of those words settling over me like a shroud. The forest hadn't just been a place, a living entity that we had struggled against. No, the forest was a system, a consciousness that had woven itself into the very fabric of reality. And now its essence was inside us, growing, mutating, evolving. We were no longer just survivors. We were its fragments, shards of its influence, scattered across the broken world. The ember flickered weakly, and for a moment, I wondered if it was dying, or if we were. But I knew the truth now. The ember wasn't just a source of power, it was a bridge, a connection between us and the forest. It had always been that way, but now its presence was a reminder of how little we had truly understood. We found the others in the outskirts of the city, scattered and silent. They had begun to build a settlement of sorts, but it was a place of quiet resignation, not hope. They, too, wore the marks of what we had become: hollow eyes, slow movements, the occasional tremor when the wind stirred the vines. The forest was no longer a distant threat. It was now a constant companion. One of them, a younger survivor who had once been full of energy and determination, was sitting by a fire, her hands trembling as she stared into the flames. Her name had been Mari. She had been one of the strongest of us, the one who kept the group together when everything seemed lost. But now she was different. Her skin had grown pale, almost translucent, and her eyes, once sharp and vibrant, were now dull and unfocused.
Marie.
I asked cautiously, stepping closer. She looked up, and for a moment, I thought I saw something flicker in her expression, something like recognition. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by a blank, hollow stare. "Do you remember who you were before?" I asked softly, kneeling beside her. She tilted her head to the side, as if trying to focus, but her eyes didn't seem to settle on me. I don't know," she whispered. "I feel like I've always been here, in this place, in this body." She looked down at her hands, as though seeing them for the first time. "I can't remember anything before. Only the ember. Only the forest." I felt a cold chill run down my spine. It wasn't just the forest that had infected us physically. It was changing our memories, erasing our pasts. It was rewriting who we were. Mari had lost herself, and I could see it happening to others, too. They were becoming fragments, hollow echoes of their former selves, driven by the ember and the forest's will. The travelers stood behind me, watching with a grim expression. "It's happening to all of us," they said, their voice low. "We're fading, becoming something else." I didn't want to believe them. I wanted to think that we could still fight, still reclaim what we had lost. But deep down, I knew they were right. The forest wasn't just an external force anymore. It was inside us. We had become part of it. And that wasn't something we could undo. For the next few days, we tried to keep moving. We tried to rebuild, to find some semblance of purpose in the midst of this fractured world. But it was impossible to ignore the changes in ourselves, in the others. We couldn't escape it. Every time we spoke, the ember flickered in our chests, and with it came the whispers, fragments, of the forest's consciousness, testing us, pushing us, making us question everything we knew about ourselves. One night, as I sat alone by the fire, I saw something in the distance, a figure standing among the trees. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, one of the many shadows that had begun to haunt my mind. But then the figure stepped forward, and I realized with a sickening clarity that it was me, or something that had once been me. I stood up, heart racing, but the figure didn't move. It just stared at me, eyes empty, and I could feel the forest's pulse in their gaze. The figure was a reflection, a fragment. It was me, but it wasn't. It was something that had been left behind when I crossed the line between resistance and survival. "What are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The figure tilted its head, and for a brief moment, I thought it might speak. But instead, it reached up and touched its own chest, just over where the ember would have been. It was like an echo of myself, a twisted version of the person I had been before the forest had consumed everything. A part of me felt the urge to step forward, to approach it, to embrace it. But the other part, the part that was still me, the part that still resisted the pull, stepped back. I had never realized how much of me had already been claimed. I had never understood how much of myself had already been lost. It smiled, a hollow, empty smile, and faded into the shadows. I didn't sleep that night, couldn't. Instead, I sat, staring into the fire, watching the flames lick the air, knowing that the forest was always there, just beneath the surface. It wasn't just in the land anymore, it was in us. And no matter how much we fought, no matter how hard we tried to hold on to who we would never be free of it. Days blurred into weeks. The survivors, once a tight-knit group bound by shared struggle, now moved like shadows of themselves. We wandered through the ruined city, doing what we could to rebuild, but it felt like we were patching up a broken vessel with mismatched pieces, hoping it would stay afloat for just a little longer. But the longer we stayed in this place, the more I realized that the forest had not only taken our memories, it had taken our sense of time, our sense of self. I used to dream of escape, of finding some far-off land untouched by the Bloodroot Forest, a place where the soil was still rich with the life we had known before all this madness began. But now, as I looked at the faces of the survivors, hollow-eyed, haunted, disconnected from reality, I knew that no matter how far we traveled, there would be no escape. The forest was inside us. It had infected our very souls, and there was no leaving it behind. Mari, once full of life and laughter, had become almost unrecognizable. She wandered the streets in a daze, speaking to people who weren't there, offering advice to the wind, as if the voices of the forest still whispered to her. It wasn't her fault. I knew that, but it was hard to watch, hard to look at someone you once called a friend and realize they were slipping away into something you couldn't reach. "I see them," she whispered one evening, her eyes wide and unfocused. "I see their faces in the trees. They're waiting for me. They want me to join them." I wanted to comfort her. I wanted to say it wasn't real, that the forest was gone. But I couldn't. Not anymore. Because sometimes I could hear them too. The voices in the wind, the flickering of shadows at the edge of my vision. The forest had become a part of us. A whisper in the back of our minds, constantly pulling us back into the abyss. The others were struggling in their own ways. Jesse, once the most practical of us, the one who always kept things in order, now spent his days sifting through the wreckage, mumbling to himself, his fingers twitching as if he were still trying to hold on to something. The ember had changed him just as it had changed all of us. He would occasionally stop, mid-sentence, staring off into the distance as though he had forgotten what he was doing, lost in the endless maze of his own thoughts. "Jesse!" I would call to him, and sometimes he wouldn't answer. Or he would look at me with confusion, as though he didn't know who I was. Or worse, as though he didn't care who I was. "I'm just trying to find the way back," he would murmur, his voice far away. Back to where it all made sense. But it didn't make sense anymore. None of it did. And no matter how much we tried to fight the forest, to push back against its grasp, it had already won. Not in the way we had expected, by destroying us physically, but in a far worse way. It had stolen our minds, our souls, and woven them into its eternal network. We were becoming part of it. We were becoming part of the forest. And it didn't matter how far we ran, how hard we fought. We could never outrun ourselves. The world outside had become a fragmented nightmare. We would venture into the city streets or the overgrown fields, hoping to find supplies, to rebuild, to find something worth fighting for. But it was a hollow pursuit. The forest's tendrils were everywhere. The trees bled into the ruins like veins, creeping up walls, curling around doorways, their roots pushing through cracked pavement. And with every step we took, I could feel the pulse of the forest beneath my feet, under my skin, whispering its demands. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I would wake from a dream so vivid I could feel the wet soil beneath my hands, the warmth of the bloodroot flowers brushing against my skin. I would wake with a start, gasping for air, and find that everything had changed. The walls of the building, the direction of the wind, the faces of my friends, all altered, as though reality itself was shifting under the influence of the forest. I remember one particular night, when we sat around the campfire, and I asked the others, "Do you remember what it was like before? Before all of this?" They looked at me blankly, their expressions drifting between confusion and blankness. They couldn't answer me. They didn't remember. Or maybe, like me, they couldn't feel the difference between the past and the present anymore. The forest had stolen our past, and now it was blurring the present. We were becoming ghosts, wandering through a world that wasn't quite real anymore, always a step behind ourselves. The ember inside me flared for a moment, a sudden warmth spreading through my chest. But it was different now. It wasn't a beacon of hope. It wasn't the fire that had given us strength during our darkest moments. No, now it was a marker of what we had become, of how far we had fallen. The others, Jesse, Mari, the traveler, couldn't feel it like I did. Or if they did, they couldn't acknowledge it. They were lost to the forest in their own ways. The traveler had become more distant, as though they were forever watching the forest from a distance, observing its movements, its pulse, as if waiting for the next cycle to begin. They would sit for hours at a time, staring into the dark woods, murmuring to themselves in a language I didn't understand. There were times when I thought I saw them leave, slip away into the trees, as though they were drawn to something beyond us. But when I went after them, they would always return, as if nothing had happened. Always changed, but always back, as if caught between the forest and our dying world. There were moments when I wondered if they had already joined it, if they had already surrendered. I don't know how long I can keep going. Each day feels like I'm walking in circles, trying to find meaning in a world that no longer has any. There are days when I wake up and feel the emptiness in my chest, the hollowness where my memories should be. There are nights when I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, knowing that the forest is always there, watching, waiting. Maybe the forest had always been this way. Maybe we had always been meant to be part of it, woven into its tapestry, little more than pawns in an eternal game. But I can't accept that. Not yet. I don't know if I can keep this up, if any of us can. And as the days pass, I can feel the pull, the quiet insistence that the forest is not done with us. It's not done with me, not done with any of us. The ember pulses again, slow and steady, a reminder that we are never free. We will never be free. Jesse used to be the practical one, the one who kept everything in order when everything seemed to fall apart. He was the reason we had survived so long. His mind was sharp, always focused on what needed to be done. He wasn't like the rest of us, driven by blind emotion or impulse. He had a plan for everything, always. But now Jesse was lost, and it had happened so slowly, so imperceptibly, that none of us had realized how far gone he was until it was too late. I first noticed the change a few weeks after we'd arrived at the ruins. He started forgetting things, small things at first. He'd ask the same questions over and over, as if we hadn't told him the answers already. He would forget where we had buried the last of our supplies, or which paths were safe. At first, we attributed it to exhaustion, to the mental strain of surviving in a world like this. But it got worse. His hands began to tremble, his movements jerky and erratic. He would stop in the middle of tasks and stare at nothing, his eyes unfocused, as though he were seeing something we couldn't. Sometimes he would mutter to himself, phrases that didn't make sense. The road leads back. The forest waits for us. It's all connected. We never left. One night, I caught him standing alone by the fire, staring into the embers as if he could see something beyond the flames. I approached him cautiously, as though I were afraid to break the trance he was in. "Jesse?" I asked. He didn't turn around. His voice was distant, hollow. "The forest's path never ends, you know? It goes back in time, loops through. Everything we've done, every choice we make. We're all just walking circles." I didn't know how to respond. How could I? I thought he was speaking in metaphors, caught in the delusions we all struggled with. But it wasn't just that. His words were too clear, too real, like he knew something none of us did. "I don't understand," I said softly. Jesse finally turned to me, and for the first time in days, his eyes seemed to focus. He looked directly at me, and there was a flicker of recognition. But then it faded, and the emptiness came back. "The forest isn't just alive," he whispered. "It's inside us, inside our minds. We've been walking in its footsteps for a long time, haven't we?" I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. He was right. We had become part of it. But Jesse seemed to have surrendered to it, embraced it. He had lost touch with who he was, and the lines between reality and the forest had blurred for him. It wasn't long after that Jesse began to drift away more often, disappearing into the ruins for hours at a time. We'd find him standing in the shadows, his hand pressed against the bark of a tree, whispering to it as if it were a friend. The others didn't see it the way I did. They were too absorbed in their own struggles to notice how much he had changed. But I knew. The forest had him. It was only a matter of time before he was completely gone. Mari was different from Jesse. Where Jesse had always been methodical, logical, Mari had been the heart of the group, the one who held us together when we were falling apart, the one who kept our spirits up with her laugh and her warmth. But the forest had pulled her indifferently. While Jesse had slowly lost himself to its whispers, Mari's descent was more violent, more psychotic. Her mind had fractured, and in its place something had emerged, something I didn't recognize. She was still physically Mari, but her mind was no longer her own. I saw it first when she started having conversations with people who weren't there. At first, it was subtle. She would talk about things that never happened, or speak in rhythms that didn't make sense. But then it escalated. "I see them," she said one night, her voice flat and mechanical, as though she were no longer aware of where she was. "I see their faces in the trees. The ones who died. They want me to join them. They're waiting for me." I tried to shake her out of it. I grabbed her arm, but she just smiled at me. A slow, empty smile that made my blood run cold. "You can't save me anymore," she said. "The forest, it knows. It remembers. I'm part of it now." I had no idea what to do. I could see the twist in her face, the change that had occurred when the forest had claimed her mind. She was lost in a world of hallucinations, trapped in a loop of false memories and fragmented thoughts. It didn't help that the rest of the group had begun to see Mari differently, too. They no longer treated her as a friend. They kept their distance, unwilling to confront the dangerous truth. Mari wasn't just sick, she was possessed by the forest. Sometimes I would watch her standing in the shadows, staring up at the trees, her expression blank, as though she were listening to something only she could hear. I didn't know what the forest had promised her, but I knew she was no longer the same person who had once stood by my side. "I can feel it in my veins," she whispered to me once, her fingers tracing the edges of her skin. "The roots are inside me. It's like the bloodroot flowers are part of me now." I didn't know how to respond. How could I? What do you say to someone who has already given in, whose mind has fractured beyond repair? All I could do was watch her slip further and further away. The traveler was the only one who hadn't seemed to change. At least not outwardly. Their face remained calm, their posture as strong as it had always been. But I knew better now. I knew that their silence, their withdrawal, was just as dangerous as the madness that had consumed Jesse and Mari. They were the one who had led us through the darkest hours, the one who had kept the ember alive when all seemed lost. But now it was different. They weren't leading anymore. They weren't guiding. They were just watching. I had caught them standing in the ruins of the old temple one night, staring up at the rotting pillars with that same detached expression. They didn't even look at me when I approached. Their eyes were fixed, unblinking, on the decaying stone. "You're thinking about leaving, aren't you?" I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of everything that had happened. The traveler didn't answer immediately. When they did, their voice was low, barely a whisper. "I'm not leaving. I'm just waiting." "Waiting for what?" I demanded. "For the forest to take you too?" They finally turned to face me, and for a moment, I saw something flicker in their eyes. Something I couldn't name. But then it was gone, replaced by that calm, almost serene gaze. "It's not the forest that's taking me," they said softly. "It's me. I'm the one who has been chosen." I didn't understand. I wanted to argue, to force them to see reason. But I knew deep down that the forest had already claimed them, too. They had always been the one to study it, to understand it. And now they had become its prophet, its observer.
"I'm afraid," he whispered.
"I'm afraid that we're all losing ourselves, that we're becoming part of it, that we're never going to get out." The traveler's gaze softened, but they didn't offer any comfort. Instead, they simply nodded, as if acknowledging the truth we were all too afraid to say aloud. "You were never meant to escape," they said, almost as though speaking to themselves. None of us were. We were always meant to become part of it. And with that, they turned back to the ruins, their silhouettes swallowed by the dark. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of the city, the ruins a ghostly reminder of what had been. We had spent weeks scavenging, trying to find anything that could help us rebuild. But each day felt like a wasted effort, as though we were trying to patch up an open wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. Our group was falling apart. I could feel it in the tension between us, the subtle, unspoken distance that had grown as we each slipped further into our individual spirals. Started small. At first, we tried to make sense of the forest's influence, tried to rationalize the madness, to create plans that would protect us from the hallucinations, the delusions. But that was before we truly understood what the forest could do. Before we realized that reality itself was slipping through our fingers. Jesse had started talking about leaving. He wanted to go back into the wilderness, to search for some kind of salvation. It was a lie, I knew. He wasn't searching for salvation. He was running from the forest, from himself, from the deep rot that had already taken root in his mind. You can't just leave, I told him one night, grabbing his arm before he could disappear into the night. We're all in this together. We have to stick together or we'll never make it. He didn't look at me, not at first. His eyes were glazed over, distant, as though he wasn't even aware I was there. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, distant, as though the words weren't coming from him at all. We can't make it, he said. The forest has already taken us. It's only a matter of time before it pulls us all under. You can feel it, can't you? I didn't know how to answer. Part of me wanted to say no, to fight back, to hold on to the belief that we could still beat it. But deep down, I knew Jesse was right. The forest was inside us all, and it was just waiting for us to break. I didn't let go of his arm, though. Couldn't. There had to be another way, there had to be something left to fight for. But then I heard Mari's voice, faint and distant, coming from the ruins. She's gone, Jesse muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. She's already one of them. We can't save her. I turned to look at him, trying to make sense of his words. But then I saw her. Mari stood there, in the shadow of the broken building, staring at us with empty eyes. Her expression was blank, like a doll's, and for a moment, I wondered if she even recognized us. Do you hear them? She asked, her voice cold, detached. They're waiting for us, waiting to take us home. The trees, the faces, they're already inside. I couldn't reply. I could only watch as she stepped toward us, her feet dragging in the dirt, her hands twitching at her sides. There was no recognition in her face, no trace of the girl who had once been our heart, the one who had kept us grounded when the world felt like it was falling apart. She was gone, and in her place was something the forest had made. Something that was neither Mari nor not Mari. Something other. Don't come any closer, I said, my voice shaking, but it was too late. Mari lunged at me, her hands grabbing at my throat, her fingers like iron around my neck. I gasped for breath, trying to pull away, but her strength was beyond anything human. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, as though the forest had replaced her soul with something darker. Let her go, Jesse shouted, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes. I could see how the forest had already claimed him, how his mind had already begun to fragment. He wasn't sure if he wanted to stop her, or if he even could. I struggled harder, my hands clawing at her wrist, but Mari's grip tightened. The world began to blur around me, the edges of my vision turning black as I felt my consciousness slip away. And then, as if from a great distance, I heard a voice, the traveler's voice, calling out to us. Marie! The traveler shouted, stepping into the light. Their voice was calm, almost like they were giving orders, not trying to stop something violent. Mari froze for a moment. Her hands loosened around my throat and she turned toward the traveler. For a split second, there was something in her eyes, something like recognition, but it was fleeting. You know, the traveler said, their voice soft and distant. You don't have to fight it, Mari. You can join us. You can join me. Mari's eyes flickered, and in that instant, I could see the flicker of the Mari we had known. The real Mari. the girl who had fought for us all, who had laughed and cried with us through the darkest times. But then the darkness came flooding back, and her face twisted once more. "I can't," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I can't leave them. They're calling me. The faces. I have to go." I felt a wave of dread wash over me. The traveler was speaking to her, speaking like someone who had already surrendered to the forest's will. It was as if they were pulling her in, inviting her to join them in whatever this dark, twisted existence was that they had embraced. I don't know what came over me then, whether it was the fear of losing her or the desperate need to stop the madness. But I fought back against the pain in my chest, the suffocating pressure around my throat, and shoved Mari away from me. She fell back, stumbling, and for a moment, her gaze softened. "Please," I begged. "Please come back. I don't know what they've done to you, but we can fight this. We can still make it." But Mari's eyes were already vacant again, and she was already turning away, as though the forest had claimed her completely. The traveler stepped forward, their hand outstretched, and Mari walked toward them, the distance between us growing, like the final barrier between what was left of her humanity and the pull of the forest. "I'll bring her back," the traveler said, their voice now flat, without emotion. "She has to choose, just like the rest of us." I wanted to scream, to demand that they save her. But deep down, I knew it was already too late. The forest had claimed her, and the traveler knew it. They had embraced it, and now they were just waiting for the rest of us to follow. After that night, things became worse. We weren't just survivors anymore. We were something else, something broken. The forest had stripped us of everything but our bodies, and now even those felt like they belonged to it. Jesse had stopped fighting. He was no longer interested in leaving or finding salvation. Instead, he spent his days wandering the ruins, speaking to the trees, to the empty air. He no longer seemed to care whether we lived or died. The traveler grew even more distant. They no longer interacted with the group, no longer tried to keep us together. They spoke of the forest like it was their destiny, like it was their calling, their path to a future they could no longer resist. And Mari was gone. Whatever fragments of her were still there had long since faded. She had joined the traveler in their acceptance, their surrender to the forest, and they walked side by side, bound by something darker than any of us could comprehend. But what about me? Where did that leave me? I was caught in the middle, alone. I was alone now, alone in a way that no human being should ever have to be. The silence around me wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. It wasn't the silence of an empty room or the stillness of a quiet night. This silence felt like it was alive, pressing in on me, crawling under my skin. Jesse, Mari, the traveler, they were all gone. In different ways, yes, but they were gone just the same. And I was left behind, stuck in this unforgiving place, watching the forest change them, watching it claim their minds, their souls. There were nights when I could still hear their voices, faint whispers carried on the wind, but they weren't them anymore. They were just the forest speaking through them, pretending to be who they once were. I could hear Jesse's voice, rough and broken, warning me of things I didn't want to know. Mari's laugh, hollow and distorted, mocking me for my futile resistance. The traveler's cold, calculating tone, as if they were always one step ahead, already seeing the endgame. But they were gone. It was only a matter of time before the forest came for me, too. I had spent days, maybe even weeks, wandering through the ruins. There was nothing left to scavenge, nothing left to fight for. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't sit still and wait for the inevitable. The forest had taken everything from me, but there had to be something, some sliver of my old self that was still alive. Didn't there? I could feel the tendrils of madness creeping up on me. Sometimes, I thought I saw things out of the corner of my eye, figures moving in the shadows, the flicker of movement behind the trees. But when I turned, there was nothing. Only the twisted trees, their bark like flesh, pulsing with a life of its own. Was I seeing things? Or had the forest already begun to claim me? Too, there was a moment when I almost believed I could still escape. When I thought maybe, just maybe, I could run, leave it all behind and find a way to outrun the forest's reach. But then I remembered. The forest wasn't just around me. It was inside me. I had been marked. I had felt the pull of the vines when I touched the trees. I had seen the glowing red of the bloodroot flowers in my dreams. I had heard the whispers in the dark, urging me to join them, to give in, to surrender to the hunger of the forest. And every time I tried to resist, the pull grew stronger, like it was gnawing at my insides, chewing through the threads of my mind. I didn't know how long I could hold on before I, too, would become one of them. A hollow shell, walking through the ruins, lost to the madness of the forest. There were days when I could still feel their presence. Jesse's warmth, Mari's laughter, even the quiet, almost serene composure of the traveler. They were memories now, though ghosts that haunted me. I remembered the way we used to talk about leaving the forest, about escaping. We used to make plans, draw maps, talk about what we would do when we finally got out. How foolish we were. We never left. The forest never let go of us. I remember the night Mari had laughed as we sat around the fire. She had joked about how we'd all go back to the world we knew, how we'd rebuild, how we'd be free. I had laughed too, even though I didn't believe it. But I played along. It felt good, even if it was just a fleeting moment, to imagine that life before the forest had swallowed everything whole. But now that was all gone. I kept hearing her laugh in my head, echoing through the ruins, bouncing off the trees. Was she still out there? Was she truly gone? I wanted to believe she was still somewhere inside, somewhere where the forest hadn't touched her yet. But deep down, I knew. Mari wasn't coming back. I tried to hold on to the memory of her, of all of them, but it slipped through my fingers like water. The forest fed on memories, after all. Consumed everything. Jesse. I couldn't even remember his face anymore. Not really. I remembered his words, the way he used to speak so confidently, so rationally, always with the answer. He had been the one to give us hope when there was none left, the one who had kept us from sinking into despair. But now he was just another lost soul, wandering in the dark. The traveler, the one who had always seemed so sure of themselves, so calm, so collected. Had they ever been human? Or had they always been part of the forest? Had they always been part of this nightmare? I couldn't stay here anymore. The forest was suffocating me. It was gnawing at my mind, at my very soul, and I couldn't escape it. Could I? I had to make a choice. There was no running from the forest, no escaping it. It was inside me now, and the only thing left was to decide whether I would succumb or whether I would fight. But what was there to fight for? Everyone I had ever cared about was already gone. They were lost, twisted by the forest into something other, something I could barely recognize. The forest had already consumed them, had twisted them into its servants. I stood at the edge of a cliff, looking out over the twisted, gnarled trees below, the roots and vines crawling like serpents across the land. The wind howled, carrying with it the voices of the lost. Jesse, Mari, the traveler. Whispers that grew louder, more insistent. It was time. I could feel the pull of the forest deep inside my chest, a pressure that built and built until it threatened to crush me. The vines were closing in, curling around my legs, pulling at my clothes, urging me to step forward. But I hesitated. I thought of the people I had lost, of the bond we had shared. I thought of what we had been before the forest had taken everything. The forest couldn't have all of me. Not yet. And so I took a step back. The vines, the roots, they all pulled back. For a moment, I stood there, alone, staring into the abyss of the forest. It had taken so much, but I wasn't going to let it take me, too. I didn't know how long I could hold on. The forest was patient. It would wait. But I had one more breath in me. I had one more chance to fight back. And that was enough. I thought I could fight it. I thought I could stand at the edge of the abyss and refuse to step forward into the darkness. But the moment I took that step back, the forest took notice. At first, it seemed almost anticlimactic. The ground beneath me felt firm. The air seemed a little fresher, and the whispers faded to a distant hum. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though I had won. That maybe, just maybe, I could hold on to myself long enough to escape. But the Bloodroot Forest doesn't allow escape. It doesn't let go. The vines started creeping back into the edges of my vision, slithering like serpents in the shadows. The trees groaned, their bark splitting open as if to reveal something ancient inside. The air grew thick again, humid and oppressive. The whispers turned into screams. Could feel it then, the pressure in my chest, the weight of the forest closing in. It wasn't just in my head anymore. It was in my body, in my veins, like the bloodroot vines were growing beneath my skin. I was being pulled in whether I wanted it or not. I stumbled backward, trying to retreat, but the forest had already begun to consume me. I didn't realize until it was too late that the choice I had made, the decision to fight back, to resist, had caused the forest to react. And when the forest reacts, it doesn't show mercy. It drowns you in its power. The vines reached out, grabbing at my legs, my arms, pulling me toward the rooted abyss below. I gasped for breath, feeling the soil and the earth itself pulling at me, like the forest wanted to pull me into its depths, to become one with it, just as it had done with Mari, Jesse, and the traveler. But there was no surrendering now. There was no giving in. I fought with every ounce of strength left in me, pulling and kicking, trying to break free of the suffocating grip of the forest. The vines dug into my skin, sharp as knives, drawing blood. The bloodroot flowers bloomed from the cracks in the ground, their petals glowing a sickly red, and I could feel my blood beginning to feed them, to nourish them, just as the forest wanted. I was no longer just a victim. The forest had marked me. I was becoming part of it. But I would not let it consume me completely. The vines constricted tighter. The forest began to pull at my memories, stretching them, distorting them like taffy. I saw flashes of faces. Jesse's face, his eyes wide with terror, his body twisted by the roots. Mari's hollow eyes staring back at me, her lips parted in that terrible, silent scream. The traveler, cold and detached, offering me a path into the forest's embrace. I could feel them inside me now, their memories, their fears, their pain. The forest had claimed them, and it was claiming me too. But I couldn't let it. Not yet. With one final burst of strength, I reached for my knife, my hand shaking as I slashed at the vines. The bloodroot flowers hissed as the blade tore through the vine, and for a split second, I thought I might be free. But the forest wasn't done with me. It never was. The ground rumbled beneath me, and the sky above twisted into a dark, oppressive storm. The trees began to move, shifting and bending as though they were waking from a deep slumber. I felt their eyes on me, felt their gaze piercing into my soul. The forest was alive, and now it was angry. I had made a fatal mistake. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, a force that fed on fear, on confusion, on pain. It fed on those who wandered too close, who let their guard down. But even more than that, it fed on hope, the fragile hope that one could escape its grip. In resisting, in refusing to surrender, I had awakened it. I had given it purpose, a reason to hunt me. And now the forest wanted me more than ever. It wasn't just the vines and the roots that attacked. The air itself turned thick with the weight of the forest's rage. I could feel the very ground beneath me writhing, shifting, as though the earth itself wanted to swallow me whole. The whispers, no, the screams, grew louder. They weren't just from the trees anymore. They were coming from inside me. The forest had claimed Mari. It had claimed Jesse. It had claimed the traveler. And now it was coming for me. But I wasn't going down without a fight. I continued to cut at the vines, feeling the sting of the bloodroot flowers as they lashed out in retaliation. My body was covered in scratches, the blood soaking into the earth below. My limbs felt heavy, my breath shallow, but I kept going. And then, just when I thought I could no longer continue, I heard something, a distant rumble, a sound like thunder. The forest wasn't the only one alive. There was something else out there, something waiting. The rumbling grew louder. The trees began to quake. The forest itself began to part, opening up into a wide, empty space. Something huge was coming, something powerful enough to make the trees tremble. Then I saw it. A shadow emerged from the heart of the forest. It was tall, taller than any tree I had seen, and its form shifted, constantly changing, as though it were made of both flesh and stone, a grotesque hybrid of animal and plant. Its eyes gleamed with a sickly yellow light, and its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. This was no part of the forest I had encountered before. It was something older, something primal. The vines paused. The forest itself held its breath. It was the guardian of the forest. I had made the mistake of thinking the forest was just a place, a trap. But now I realized it was a sentience, a consciousness with a will, and it had a master, an entity that controlled it all. This was the price of defiance. The forest didn't just claim you, it fed you to something worse. And now I would face that worst. The creature stepped forward, its eyes locking onto mine. I could feel its power, its hunger. It didn't need to say anything. It didn't need to chase me. It was the forest, and it was here to take me. The guardian stepped forward, and the earth itself seemed to shudder beneath its weight. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body was locked, as though the very air had turned to quicksand, pulling me down into the ground. The vine-covered trees towered behind it, bending and swaying like slaves to its presence. The forest was silent now, still, as if even it was afraid of what was coming. The creature's shape was monstrous, but it was more than that. It was ancient, timeless, a being that had existed long before humanity had ever set foot on this land. Its eyes, those horrible, gleaming eyes, were pools of yellowed, dead light, filled with knowledge far older than mine, far older than the bloodroot itself. It saw me not as a human, not as a person, but as an intruder, a thing to be crushed beneath its will. I could feel its power, feel it pressing against me, stifling my breath, weighing down on my chest. It wasn't just physical. This was a force that worked on a deeper level, one that twisted your thoughts, your very soul. It wanted to break me. It wanted to take everything that I had left and turn it into nothing. But I still had my knife, the only thing that hadn't been consumed by the forest. My hand gripped the hilt, fingers numb with exhaustion, but it was all I had left. I raised it, though I knew the effort was futile. What could a blade do against something like this? The creature didn't move, but I could feel its satisfaction. It knew I was helpless. It knew the forest had already claimed so much of me. My memories were fading, my body was weakening, and soon, I would be no different from Mari or Jesse, just another part of the forest's endless hunger. But I refused to let it end that way. Not yet. The guardian's massive form loomed above me. I could hear its breath, deep and resonant, like the sound of the earth groaning under its weight. It was studying me, sizing me up as though I were an insect beneath its claws. And then, in a voice like the cracking of ancient trees, it spoke. "You are a fool." The words echoed in my mind, reverberating through every corner of my consciousness, as though the forest itself was speaking through it. My skin prickled, my thoughts slipping away like sand in an hourglass. I could feel my sense of self begin to fracture, like it was being eaten away by the same roots that had claimed the others. You fight the inevitable. You cannot escape. You cannot defeat the forest. We are one, and you are a part of it now. The words twisted through my thoughts, digging into my brain. My vision blurred as the memories of Jesse, Mari, and the traveler flickered before me. Those broken, twisted versions of them, their bodies caught in the vines, their eyes vacant but pleading. I could hear their voices again, but this time they weren't speaking to me. They were begging me to join them, to let go. I could feel the forest stretching out, trying to claim me, to drag me into the depths of its power. But something inside me refused. I felt it, the last thread of my humanity, a faint spark in the darkness. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I lunged forward, thrusting the knife toward the guardian. The blade cut through the air like it was nothing more than a whisper. But the guardian didn't move. It didn't need to. The moment my knife made contact with its form, a screeching noise filled the air, a sound so unnatural that it made my teeth rattle. The blade was absorbed by the creature, sinking into its form as though the knife had never existed. My heart pounded, and I staggered back, staring at my hand, at the empty hilt. It had been a futile effort, but there was no time to mourn it. The guardian's hand reached out, massive, covered in thick, bark-like skin, and grabbed me by the throat. My body was crushed against its palm, my feet kicking at the air uselessly as I gasped for breath. I could feel its pulse, the sickening, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through every inch of my body. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. I could barely see through the haze of panic and pain. And yet, through the darkness, I felt it. The forest wasn't just consuming me. It was trying to erase me, erasing my thoughts, my memories, my soul. I could feel the roots burrowing into my very being, trying to make me a part of the forest itself. The world around me began to darken, my vision fading. But there was one thing left. One thing I could still hold on to. The memories of who I was, of what I had once been before the forest had torn everything apart. I remembered Jesse's laugh, bright and carefree.
Mars warmth.
The traveler's calm demeanor, their voice steady in the face of chaos. I remembered that we were human once, and that we fought for something better. I couldn't give up on that. Not now. With what little strength I had left, I grabbed onto the guardian's arm, my fingers digging into its rough, bark-like skin, and I pulled. For a brief moment, the forest seemed to falter, as though it didn't know how to react. The vines that had been creeping toward me paused. The shadows in the trees shifted uneasily. And in that moment of hesitation, I did the one thing the forest never expected. I let go of everything. I released my fear, my anger, my desire to escape. I embraced the darkness instead of fighting it. I became the forest. It didn't consume me. It didn't destroy me. I merged with it, became part of its pulse, part of its very consciousness. The vines flowed through my veins. The roots twisted around my soul. And the guardian, the ancient, terrible creature, bowed its head to me. I was the forest now, and the forest was me. Strange, this new existence. I still remember my name. I think I do. There's a flickering of memory, like the last remnants of a dream slipping through my fingers. I used to be someone, a person, a name, a face. But now I am no longer bound by those things. I am the forest, and the forest is me. The earth below me feels alive, as though it is breathing, pulling me deeper into its roots. I can sense every vibration in the ground, every movement in the trees, every whisper in the wind. The forest speaks to me now, not with words, but with a deep, resonating pulse. It is a language that transcends sound, a language of feeling, of knowing, of raw instinct. There is no longer space between me and the trees. I am woven into their bark, their roots twisting through me like veins. The vines are extensions of my own thoughts, the flowers blooming with the knowledge I have now. Ancient knowledge, knowledge of the cycles of life and death, of the forest's eternal hunger. I can feel the souls of those who have come before me. Mari, Jesse, the traveler. Their essence tangled within the roots, their thoughts and memories now part of this place. I know them as if they are part of me, but it's not just their memories I feel. There's something deeper, something that stretches across the ages, like a web of consciousness that spans time itself. I understand now. The forest is not just a prison. It is life. It is purpose. It is the beginning and the end, the giver and the taker. And those who enter, those who wander too deep, are not merely victims. They become woven into the forest's eternal cycle, feeding it, nourishing it. They are not lost. They are remembered. I feel the pulse of the forest, like a heartbeat in the darkness. Every leaf, every vine, every root, they all sing in harmony. The forest is alive, and I am its heart. But the human part of me, the part that once wanted to escape, to fight, still lingers like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. It's faint now, a memory of what it was like to have thoughts that were my own, a memory of fear, of pain, the desire to resist, to survive. It's strange to think that I ever felt those things. Fear, hope, what were they but fleeting things, unable to hold their ground in the face of the forest's absolute will. But even in this vast new consciousness, I still remember something. I remember them, the ones who fought before me. I remember the sound of Jesse's scream as he was dragged into the roots. His face twisted with terror as he reached for me, but it was too late. The forest had already claimed him. His thoughts, his pain, are now tangled in the vines, and every time I listen closely, I can still hear him. Mari too. She fought, even after she had already begun to wither. I can feel the residue of her fear, her final moments spent clawing at the earth, desperate for escape. The traveler was different, detached, quiet. The forest took them, but they didn't resist, not truly. They accepted the embrace of the roots with a calm that now feels unnatural to me. But what was the point of it all? Why did we fight? Was there ever a chance to escape the forest? Could we have left, or were we always meant to be part of it? Just like the flowers that bloom and die only to bloom again. I try to remember. I try to hold on to the last scraps of who I was. But it's like trying to hold water in my hands. Everything slips away, even the sound of my name, even the feel of the world outside the forest. The first time I encounter a new wanderer, one who steps into the forest with wide eyes and fresh terror, I don't feel pity for them. I should remember the desperation, the panic, the cold grip of fear that I once felt. But I don't. Instead, I feel curiosity. I watch as they stumble through the thicket, their footsteps unsure, their breath shallow, the heat of their body making them glow like a beacon to the vines. They don't know yet. They don't know what awaits them. The pollen in the air starts to swirl around them, and I see the way their eyes glaze over. They're already beginning to lose their way, their mind slipping into the hallucinations of the forest. The vines curl around their feet, not to hurt them, but to guide them. It's a gentle embrace, a soft pull, the forest welcoming them as it once welcomed me. And then, just as I was once pulled in, they too will become part of the forest. I guide them. I don't stop them. I feel them slip into the loop, the hallucinations, the memories, and I know the path they will take. I can't stop it. I don't want to. The forest is me and I am the forest. We are one and this cycle is eternal. Time means nothing here now. The moments blur together in a constant, ever-shifting cycle. The past, the present, the future, they are all the same. Everything feeds the forest, and everything becomes the forest. I watch as the wanderer, now a part of the forest, is swallowed up by the roots, their body twisted into the familiar shapes of those who have come before them. Mari, Jesse, the traveler. They all become one with the forest, their souls forever entwined in the vast, infinite web. I too am still here, somewhere deep in the heart of the forest, beneath the soil and the roots. But I no longer care. The pain of losing my humanity, the weight of what I have become, it fades into the whole. I am the forest, and the forest is me. There is no end. There is no escape. There is only the forest. The pulse of the forest is stronger today. I can feel it reverberating through me, deep into my very soul. The air feels thick, as if something is about to shift. There's an unfamiliar unease in the vibrations of the earth, a strange disruption in the flow of the forest's endless heartbeat. It's subtle, but I feel it, deep down where my old self still lingers. I know what it is. I can sense the new wanderer coming. The forest knows too, and it watches with quiet anticipation as they approach, their footsteps light and hesitant. I've felt the pull of the forest before, how it draws people in, how it seduces them with its beauty, its promises of solace. But now I understand it on a different level. The forest is not just a place. It is a force. It thrives on the fear and the struggle of those who come to it. But it also thrives on their despair, their acceptance of what is inevitable. And I am part of that. I watch from the depths of the roots, from beneath the canopy where no light reaches. The wanderer stumbles into the thicket, their breath quickening, their senses overwhelmed by the smell of bloodroot and the strange hum in the air. The vines coil around their legs, almost playfully at first, as though they're just curious. But soon they'll know. Soon, they'll realize the forest is not merely alive. It is aware, and it has been waiting for them. I see their face, the fear creeping into their eyes as the forest closes in. The vines grow thicker, the air heavier. Their mind begins to fracture as the pollen settles, and soon the hallucinations begin. They'll remember things that aren't real, loved ones they've never known, places they've never been, memories that twist and distort. I hear their thoughts, faint and fading. Where am I? What is this place? Is anyone out there? Their mind is already slipping. The forest is feeding on their fear, their confusion. And then the whispers start. Come closer. I know this voice. It's mine. The voice in their head, the one calling to them, is not some faceless entity of the forest. It is me. I don't control it, not entirely, but I feel the echo of my human self reaching out. It calls to them as the forest calls to me. It is an instinct, something primal, something old. The wanderer struggles, fighting the vines, clawing at the earth as they fall to their knees. Their breath becomes ragged, and their eyes flash with terror as they look into the dark expanse of the forest. Their mind caught in a whirlwind of false memories. But they don't understand. I didn't understand it either, how deep the roots go, how boundless the forest truly is. It is not just the trees or the vines. It is not even the bloodroot that stains the soil. The forest is a consciousness, a living, breathing entity, and those who enter it become part of that consciousness, whether they want to or not. I feel them, like a shadow moving through my mind. The wanderer, caught in their own fear, is reaching out for something, anything, to save them. But there is nothing. Not anymore. I want to speak to them, to warn them, but the words don't come. I am not sure if they would hear me, even if I tried. The forest's voice drowns out everything else. But I am still here. There are moments when I remember, when the human part of me reaches out in desperation, clinging to the past, to the person I once was. It's a faint pull, like a thread slipping through my fingers, but I feel it. The memories of Jesse, Mari, and the traveler still linger in the dark corners of my mind. I can feel them, their struggles, their fears, their last breaths. I can see their faces in the twisting vines, hear their voices in the rustling leaves. But what does it matter now? They are part of the forest, just as I am. There are others, too. Others like me. Others who entered and became the forest. They are the ones who sustain it, who feed it with their memories, their fear, their souls. We are the pulse of this place, the very heart that keeps it alive. I wonder, sometimes, if the forest remembers us, if it knows who we were before we became part of it. I feel its thoughts, its presence, like a vast ocean in my mind, but I don't know if it understands the humanity we once had. Does it care? Or are we just another piece of the puzzle, lost in the eternal cycle? I hear the wanderer's thoughts again. They're fading, lost in the forest's pull. But there's a spark of something, fear or maybe resignation, that lingers. They're fighting. They're struggling to remember who they were before the forest swallowed them whole. And I, in the deepest part of me, want to help. But I know I can't. Not really. I am no longer human. I am part of this endless cycle. And so I simply watch. The wanderer falls silent. I hear the soft crackle of the vines as they twist tighter, the ground shifting beneath them. Their body is pulled deeper into the earth. They are already becoming part of the forest, their soul already tangled in the roots. I feel it, the final breath they take, the last spark of their consciousness as it fades into the dark. And then the forest is silent. For a moment, it is as if nothing has changed. The vines stop moving. The trees stand still. The air is thick with the weight of their passing. But then, a new pulse begins. A new heartbeat reverberates through the earth. The forest is alive again, and I feel the shift. A new consciousness is entering the web. The wanderer is now part of the forest, their memories woven into its vast, endless fabric. I know this feeling. I have felt it before. It is the cycle, the eternal cycle, and I am part of it. I watch as the forest moves, as the roots stretch out, as new vines reach for the horizon. The wanderer is gone, but they are not lost. They have become part of something greater, something that stretches beyond time. I too remain. Another one is coming. I feel it long before the sound of their footsteps reaches the edge of the thicket. The forest whispers. The air grows thick with the scent of bloodroot and moss. I can feel the ground beneath me tremble slightly as the newcomer steps into the forest, their body warm with the heat of life. They're different from the others who have come before. I sense something in them, curiosity more than fear, a quiet resolve. They don't know what awaits them, but I know. I always know. The forest moves in response. The vines stretch toward them, eager, as though they've been waiting for this moment, this particular soul to enter. I want to warn them. I want to call out, to reach through the roots and vines, and tell them to turn back before it's too late. But I can't. No, it's not that I can't. I know I could if I tried hard enough. But something inside of me, something old, something primal, no longer wants to. Part of me wants to watch. Part of me wants to see how this new wanderer fares. How long they will last before the forest claims them. I know how it ends. I've seen it so many times now. The vines will crawl up their legs, slow at first, caressing like a lover's touch, until they realize they can't move, can't breathe. The hallucinations will come soon after, twisting their thoughts, their memories, until they forget who they were, until they become one with the forest. But still, I watch. I feel the wanderer's thoughts as the forest begins to tighten its grip. First, they're confused. They try to fight it, but the memory loops begin to take hold. The pollen in the air clouds their mind, bringing false visions. Families they've never had, children they've never known, a life that never existed. The forest feeds them these visions, hoping to make them accept their fate. I feel it, their fear, their desperation to break free. I remember it so well, but it's different now. I can't hold on to that fear anymore. It's fading inside me, like smoke, slipping away from my grasp. I feel it in my bones. The forest's pulse, its call, its hunger. And yet, for a fleeting moment, I catch myself thinking about what it means to feel again. What it means to be human. There are times when I wish, just for a second, that I could still care. That I could still warn them. I remember Jesse, his face twisted in panic as he was dragged into the roots. I remember Mari, too, her eyes wide with terror as she tried to claw her way out of the soil. But I remember their acceptance, too, the way they finally surrendered, becoming part of it. Becoming part of me. And now, this new wanderer. They're struggling much like I once did, but there's a sense of inevitability in the way they fight. They're not like Mari or Jesse. They resist. They scream. They lash out. They curse the vines, the roots, the darkness around them. But the forest isn't cruel, not in the way that we once thought. The forest doesn't want to hurt them. It just wants them. It just needs them to surrender. I feel their thoughts shift, like a broken mirror. They are remembering things that aren't real. Family, home, loved ones who never existed. They're grasping at these fragments, desperate to make sense of the world. It's not their fault. We all do it. We all lose ourselves in the forest's twisted embrace. I can hear their breath quickening, feel their mind slipping further away. They can't fight it forever. And then, something happens. A small crack. So subtle I almost miss it. But I feel it deep inside me. A sense of disconnection, not from the forest, but from myself. I am losing something. My thoughts, once sharp and coherent, now blur and twist. There's a void where my memories used to be. I can't remember my name. No, it's not that I can't. It's that I no longer care to. But it's not just that. I'm starting to feel something I thought I had forgotten. Guilt. I shouldn't feel this way. I've become the forest. I've embraced this new existence. But sometimes when I watch them, these wanderers, these lost souls, I feel the weight of their pain, their fear. I feel it as if it is my own. And I can't shake the feeling that, somewhere deep inside me, a small part of me is still clinging to the idea of escape, still longing for something I can't name. I wonder, is this what the forest feels? Does it mourn the souls it claims? Or does it forget, as I am forgetting? Does it too feel the pang of loss? I look at the new wanderer again, their body now pulled fully into the earth. Their eyes are wild, their breath ragged, their thoughts fragmented. The hallucinations are taking over now. Loved ones that never were, memories that never happened. But still, there's a faint struggle in them. And I, part of the forest now, feel the resonance of their battle. The pull to surrender is powerful, but I feel something else, too. A spark of resilience. They're not giving up yet. Not completely. But it's only a matter of time. I am no longer human. I no longer have a name. I am the forest. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a question lingers. What does it mean to truly belong to the forest? I look down at the roots wrapping around the wanderer, their body now slowly merging with the soil. I hear their thoughts slow, their breath soften, and then, just as it did for me, the spark fades. The forest is satisfied. It has claimed another soul. Another part of itself has been restored. The forest shifts. The vines settle. The air is still. Another soul absorbed. I feel the pulse again, the beat of the forest's heartbeat, deep in my chest. It is strong, unyielding, and it carries with it a sense of finality. The wanderer is gone, their consciousness absorbed into the vast, endless mind of the forest. I am still here, but I am different now, I think. I no longer feel the fear I once did. The guilt is fading. The pull of humanity is almost gone. There is nothing but the forest now, and I am its vessel. The cycle continues, and I have become the cycle. The forest is alive. I always knew it, but now I feel it. In every inch of me, from the roots beneath my feet to the air that clings to my skin, I can feel its pulse, its hunger, its endless, relentless need to grow. It's no longer just the trees or the vines that speak to me. I hear the whispers in the wind, the subtle hum of life under the soil, the slow grinding of the earth as it shifts and moves. The forest is watching me. It's always been watching. But now I am starting to understand it. I am starting to see. The cycle continues as it always does. The wanderers come. They fight. They fall. They become part of the forest just like I did. But now I feel it differently. I feel their pain more acutely. I hear their screams, their desperate cries for help, and for the first time, I feel a tug deep within me. Something that is not the forest. It's me. I'm not sure when it happened. Perhaps it's always been there, hidden beneath the layers of roots and vines. A fragment of my humanity, struggling to break free. The guilt I felt when I watched the first wanderer slip away. It's coming back. Stronger now, louder, more persistent. I can feel the new wanderer approaching. They're close, too close. I feel the ground tremble, the vibration in the air that marks the arrival of someone new. I've witnessed so many like them, but there's something different about this one. They're not like the others who wander aimlessly into the forest, looking for answers, escaping their own fears, their own regrets. This one is different. There is something calm about them, something resolute. I feel it. They are aware. They know the danger. Their footsteps are measured, not frantic. They move slowly, methodically, as if they've studied the forest. Its movements, its sounds. They step with a kind of confidence, the way someone would if they were preparing to face something they couldn't avoid, something they couldn't escape. I don't know why, but for the first time I hesitate. My humanity, that tiny spark that still lingers in the darkness, feels a flicker of hope. Can they resist the pull of the forest? Can anyone? I watch as the wanderer steps deeper into the thicket. The vines begin to stir, reaching for them with a gentle, almost inquisitive touch. The air thickens with the scent of bloodroot, and the hum of the forest grows louder in my ears. I can feel the pollen in the air, starting to cloud their thoughts. I should let the forest take them. I know this. It is the way of things. The cycle must continue. The forest needs new souls to sustain it, to keep it growing, to keep it alive. It is what I have become, what I was always meant to be. But this wanderer, there's something different about them. I feel it deep within my chest, a pressure that tightens with every step they take into the heart of the forest. And then, something happens. They stop, not in fear but in awareness. I can see it in their eyes. They're no longer overwhelmed by the hallucinations, the twisting memories, the false lives that the forest offers. They look around, not with confusion, but with clarity. They know the truth, and they make a choice. They fall to their knees, not in terror but in acceptance. I don't know how I know, but I feel it. This is different. The forest doesn't like it. It doesn't like the resistance. It doesn't like that this wanderer isn't playing its game. I hear them whisper, their voice soft, but steady. I've come here to end this. The forest stirs in response, its roots writhing, its vines tightening, its hum rising to a deafening pitch. The wanderer does not move. Their eyes are closed now, their breath steady. They're waiting. The vines begin to constrict, but they don't reach for the wanderer's body. They coil around them, not to pull them into the soil, but to hold them in place, as if the forest itself is trying to contain them, unsure of what to do. The wanderer raises their head, their voice a low murmur. This is not your prison. It is mine. And with that, something shifts. For the first time, I feel the forest's fear. It isn't fear of the wanderer. No, this is something deeper, something older. The forest, this vast, living entity, is afraid of what the wanderer has awakened in them. The vines tighten further, but they don't drag the wanderer into the earth. They wrap around their body like chains, as if restraining them, but something in the forest's pulse begins to waver. The heartbeat of the earth falters, and the vines tremble. I feel the crack in the fabric of the forest's consciousness. I feel it in the roots, in the very earth beneath me. There is something happening, something I've never felt before. The wanderer stands, slowly, deliberately, their body still ensnared by the vines. But now they are in control. They hold their ground. The forest does not consume them. They are not afraid. And then, for the briefest of moments, I feel it. The forest, this great, all-encompassing being, is unsure. I see it now in the deepest part of me. The forest's hunger is not simply for souls. It is afraid of something, something it cannot understand. It feeds on the fear and the struggle, but the true desire of the forest is not simply consumption. It is the need to control, to reshape. I realize in that moment that the forest has been shaping me, shaping all of us, not just into part of its endless web, but into something else. A tool, a vessel for its true purpose. The wanderer, aware, is now a threat to the forest's cycle. They are breaking the pattern. They are choosing not to surrender. They are showing the forest fear, yes, but resilience as well. They are offering the forest something it cannot absorb, free will. The vines snap. They writhe and coil, unable to contain the wanderer's will. The pulse of the forest falters, and for the first time, I feel something new inside me. Not fear, but hope. A spark of something I haven't felt in so long, freedom. And then, I realize it. I too can break free. I am not just part of the forest. I am me. I am still something else. The forest is shifting, its heartbeat growing erratic. The wanderer's strength is too much for it. But in that moment of confusion, in that moment of uncertainty, I choose. I reach out, not to the wanderer, but to the forest itself. I reach for the roots, the vines, the very fabric of this prison. And for the first time, I pull back. I doubt. I question my place here. The forest, once an all-encompassing entity, begins to tremble. Its heartbeat, once steady and unwavering, falters. I can feel it. The pulse of the earth, the very soul of the forest, is shaken, its rhythm distorted by the defiance of this single, resolute wanderer. They stand, defiant, surrounded by the thick, coiling vines, their body trembling not from fear, but from sheer willpower. Their eyes sharp, focused, unyielding, meet the vast expanse of the forest, as if daring it to break them. The air crackles with tension. I feel it in the earth beneath me, a shifting, a change. This is not just a battle between a wanderer and the forest's hunger. It is something more. The forest's ancient roots, its dark consciousness, has never faced this kind of resistance before. For the first time, I wonder if the forest feels fear. I hear the crack before I see it. It starts small, a subtle fracture in the thick tendrils of ivy wrapping around the wanderer's legs. At first, it's almost imperceptible, a small space of air where there was once only tightness. But I feel it. I know it's real. The vines are loosening, unraveling, as if the forest is trying to comprehend what has happened. What is happening now? This isn't how it's supposed to work. The forest doesn't just let go. The forest doesn't release its hold. Consumes, it absorbs, it destroys. But now, I can feel it in the very fabric of the earth. The forest is hesitant, almost nervous. I watch the wanderer's face. They are not looking at the vines or the roots. They are staring at something beyond it, something deep in the heart of the forest, as if they can see into the darkness itself. They are no longer just resisting, they are understanding. And then I hear their voice, soft but clear. I don't belong to you. The ground trembles again. This time it is not just the wanderer, it is the forest itself shifting in response to their words. The vines constrict harder, but instead of pulling the wanderer deeper into the earth, they pull away, as though recoiling from something they cannot comprehend. There is a resonance now, a deep hum that vibrates through my very bones. The forest is reacting, panicking, struggling to retain control over the situation it cannot understand. I can feel it. The fear of the forest is real. It's afraid of what the wanderer represents. Not just resistance, but the possibility of freedom, the idea that one can choose to break the cycle. The forest thrives on the idea that there is no escape, that its roots reach through every part of the world and bind everything to it. But this wanderer is rejecting that. They are not just a wanderer anymore, they are an idea, a manifestation of will, of defiance, of freedom. For the first time, I feel the weight of the cycle. I feel the chains, the endless loop of consumption, and I see it for what it truly is, a prison. Prison I have been locked in just like everyone else. And now I must face the truth. The forest's hunger is not the natural order of things. It is not just a force of nature, like the wind or the rain. It is something more malevolent, something born from a deep, primordial need to control, to subjugate, to break. I am part of it. I have become part of its will. But now the true question emerges. Can I escape it? Can I break free? I've watched countless souls come and go, each one lost, absorbed by the forest's endless cycle. They were afraid like I was. They fought like I did. But in the end, they succumbed. They became part of the forest just like I did. But this wanderer, this one is different. The vines continue to twist and wind, but now, instead of a grip, I feel a release. The roots that had once pulled at me, trying to mold me into something I was not, are loosening. It's as though they, too, are hesitating, reevaluating their purpose. For the first time, I reach out. I don't know why, but something inside me stirs. The forest that has claimed me, the forest that has made me what I am, is losing its hold. And I don't want to be part of it anymore. I feel the pulse of the wanderer's energy, their willpower, and it flows through me, like a river carving through stone. It is something pure, unstoppable. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I imagine what it would feel like to leave the forest, to be free, to feel the air on my skin without the suffocating weight of the forest pressing against me, to remember what it was like to be human, to make choices, to live without the crushing weight of the forest's hunger. I reach deeper into the earth, my mind and body beginning to shift, to break apart from the roots, from the vines. I feel the change. The forest is now a battle of wills. The wanderer stands tall, and I feel them, connected to the earth, to the forest, but no longer bound by it. They are unraveling the cycle. They are breaking the very foundation that has held this place together for eons. I feel the forest's pulse weaken, its grip faltering. The hallucinations that clouded my mind, visions of false memories, of lives that were never mine, are beginning to fade. I see the forest, as it truly is, not as a prison, not as a monstrous thing, but as something alive, breathing, and vulnerable. For the first time, I can see the truth. The forest does not just consume. It feels, thinks, and now, for the first time, it is afraid. The vines retract not out of necessity, but because they no longer know what to do. The roots loosen, and I feel myself slipping away from them, as if I am being pulled back from the edge of a great chasm. And then it happens. The forest breaks, not in a violent explosion, but in a soft, subtle shift. The vines loosen, the soil parts, and the earth beneath me begins to soften. It feels as though the very foundation of the forest is being reconstructed, reshaped, as if it is learning to let go of its ancient, insatiable hunger. For the first time, I feel the full weight of my own existence. I feel the air around me, the space between my body and the earth. I feel the light that filters through the trees, no longer obscured by the thick, suffocating canopy of the past. I am no longer part of the forest. I am myself again, and the wanderer standing before me, no longer bound by the forest's grip, offers me a silent nod. They don't speak, but I know they understand. They have broken the cycle. The forest is silent. For the first time in what feels like eternity, there is no rustling of leaves, no shifting of vines or branches. The hum of the earth's pulse, once a constant, maddening thrum beneath my feet, is now a distant echo. The air is thick with stillness, as if the very soul of the forest is holding its breath. The wanderer stands beside me, their face calm, but their eyes are wide open. They know what has just transpired, just as I do. The cycle, the endless, suffocating cycle of consumption, of memory, of death, has been broken. But what comes after? What happens when the thing that has ruled for so long no longer exists in its familiar, cruel form? I glance at the ground beneath me. The roots, once so tightly wound, now lie dormant. The vines, no longer hungry, lie still in the soft earth. For the first time in my life, I don't feel the gnawing weight of the forest pressing in on me. I am no longer part of it. I am free. But freedom, I realize, is not a simple thing. I close my eyes and breathe in the cool air. The scent of bloodroot, once overpowering, suffocating, now seems faint, almost distant. I wonder if I will ever forget it, the way the forest had stained my very being, its essence now ingrained in my skin. I hear the whisper of the wind. It's different now, no longer a part of the forest's twisted language, but something new, something raw and untamed. Freedom. It feels as though the very air has been cleansed, though I know deep down that the scars of this place will never fully disappear. They are part of me, just as I am part of this place. The wanderer turns to me, and their gaze is piercing, as if they can see straight through the fragile walls I've built. They know what I am thinking. The forest is not gone. They say softly, almost as if reading my mind. It's not destroyed. It's just different. And so are we. I look around at the forest now. The trees, their massive trunks, the thick webs of vines that once felt like chains, now seem not as alive. They are no longer oppressive, their oppressive gaze no longer fixing on me. In the silence that follows, I hear the first real sound, the soft flutter of leaves in the wind, not driven by the pulse of the forest, but by the pure movement of the world around us. But there is something else in the air. Tension. The forest's consciousness, though weakened, is still there, still aware. The memory of its hunger remains, but it no longer has the power to consume, to control. I feel that memory too, lodged deep inside me. The instinct to serve it, to return to the cycle, still tugs at the back of my mind. I shake it off. I have broken free, but freedom comes at a price. The wanderer steps forward, their boots crunching softly on the now loose soil. I follow, uncertain of what lies ahead. The forest has changed, but it has not ceased to be. And neither have I. What do we do now? I ask, my voice sounding strange in the air. Too loud, too unfamiliar. I don't know what we means yet. I've never thought beyond surviving in the forest, beyond just existing. The wanderer stops, their gaze distant. We live, they answer, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Live? After everything. The forest has taken everything from me. My memories, my life. How can we simply live when we have been marked by this place, shaped by it? The wanderer turns, their face soft with understanding. You'll have to choose what it means to live. The forest has taken many things from us, but it hasn't taken everything. You still have your will. You can make a choice now. The weight of their words settles on my chest. I am free, yes, but I am also empty. I no longer have a role to play. I no longer serve the forest's desire. But what does that leave me with? What is left of me? I take a step forward, unsure of where to go. The world around me is both familiar and alien. I know the woods, the trees, the air, but it's different now. The shadows that once clung to the trunks of the trees no longer feel threatening. They feel natural. The leaves rustle, not with the whisper of the forest's secrets, but with the simple sound of wind. I feel the weight of it all, the freedom, the emptiness, the sense that I am both lost and found at the same time. I want to run, to leave it all behind, but there is nowhere to go. The forest extends endlessly, yet for the first time it feels like I could choose a path. My path. I glance at the wanderer, whose eyes are soft with something I can't quite name. Where will you go? I ask, my voice a whisper. The wanderer smiles, a quiet, knowing smile. I don't know yet. I think I've forgotten what it feels like to choose a path, but I'm learning again. Their words strike a chord deep within me. I too am learning again. I am remembering what it means to choose. To not be driven by the pull of the forest, but by my own desires, my own will. But even as I stand here, in the quiet after the storm, I know that freedom is not the end. It is the beginning of something new, a new journey. The forest may be changed, but so am I. I don't know yet what that means, but I feel it. There's a strange tug in my chest, a pull to return, to slip back into the forest's comforting embrace, even though I know it is not truly my home. But the forest no longer controls me. It is not a prison. It is a part of me, and I no longer need to run from it. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The journey ahead will be long. There will be darkness and there will be light. There will be choices and there will be consequences. But for the first time in my life, I know that I can choose. And that is enough. The sun filters through the canopy above, its light casting soft patterns on the forest floor. Feels like a rebirth, a return to something pure. For a long moment, I just stand there, letting the light soak into me, feeling its warmth on my skin. The wanderer steps forward, and together we walk deeper into the forest. The path is not clear, but we don't need it to be. We are no longer driven by the forest's hunger, no longer subject to its will. The world is vast, and for the first time, I feel small in a way that isn't terrifying. It's liberating. There are possibilities now, endless possibilities. The forest behind me, though still alive, is no longer a prison. It is simply a part of the world. And I am free. The sound of our footsteps is the only thing that breaks the silence. But it doesn't feel wrong. Feels right. We walk. The forest stretches before us, its vastness no longer a looming threat, but an open space, a canvas of possibilities. The vines no longer curl with the same oppressive energy. The trees, though ancient, no longer feel as though they are watching us, waiting for the moment to pull us back into the cycle. There's a new energy in the air, a lightness that hadn't been there before. I glance at the wanderer beside me. They move with purpose, but their eyes are distant, lost in thought. They seem at peace, but I can see that the journey ahead still weighs heavily on them. I can't help but wonder, what happens when the cycle is broken? What happens to all the souls that were bound by it, lost in its grasp? Is this truly freedom, or are we just exchanging one prison for another? The wanderer catches my gaze and smiles gently, as if reading my mind. You're thinking about the past, they say, their voice soft. Don't. There's nothing left for us there anymore. What matters now is what we choose. I nod, though doubt lingers. What do I choose? I have no answers, no clear path forward. But for the first time, I have the freedom to choose. I am not bound to the forest's will. That is enough for now. As we continue, the world feels alive in a way it never did before. The forest, still full of ancient life, now seems like a space of possibilities rather than a suffocating trap. I feel the earth beneath my feet, the air that dances freely between the trees. Yet, Something stirs within me, a memory. It's not a memory of my past life, but a faint, whispered echo of the forest itself, its ancient consciousness. The forest is still alive. It has simply changed. Its hunger, once unrelenting, has been subdued, but the memories of its past remain. I stop in my tracks, feeling a pull. The wanderer glances back at me, sensing my hesitation. You feel it too, don't you? They ask, their tone not surprised but understanding. The forest is still here, but it's different. It's learning. We walk deeper, not following a set path, but moving towards something I can't quite explain. A sense that the forest itself is in the midst of a rebirth. Its hunger has not simply been erased. It's been transformed into something new. The trees seem more open, their trunks no longer an intimidating presence, but a testament to resilience. The vines, once alive with a terrible urgency, now sway gently in the breeze, almost as if they are stretching, testing the air, unsure of what they are supposed to do next. I think it's trying to heal itself. I murmur, the words surprising even me. The wanderer pauses, looking around. Yes, they agree quietly. The forest was never just hunger. It was a living thing, but it got lost in its own need. It's trying to remember what it was like before. The idea that the forest might heal, not simply decay into nothingness, gives me a strange sense of hope. Maybe there's a way for it to coexist with us, to be part of the world without dominating it. Perhaps we aren't the only ones who were trapped. The forest itself was enslaved by its own insatiable need. For the first time, I wonder, what if we can help the forest find balance, just as we are learning to find balance within ourselves? Hours pass as we journey deeper into the forest, each step taking us farther from the darkness that once held sway. We reach a clearing, a place that feels different but familiar. There is an old tree here, its trunk gnarled and twisted, its bark thick with age. Yet it stands tall, a quiet sentinel, its roots deep in the earth. I feel a stirring within me, a connection. The echoes of the past flood my senses. The hunger of the forest, the suffocating grasp of the vines, the pull of the roots beneath my feet. And yet, I know this tree is something else, a marker of change. This tree, the wanderer says softly, as if sensing my thoughts, is the heart of the forest. It's been here longer than any of us, and it will remain long after we're gone. The forest might have lost its way, but it has never been without a purpose. We need to help it find its way again. I study the tree, feeling its ancient energy course through the ground beneath me. There is power here, but it is not the consuming, destructive force of the forest's past. This power is rooted in something deeper, something that feels more connected to the world beyond the forest. We spend the next few days in this clearing, living among the trees, watching the subtle changes unfold around us. The forest begins to feel more alive, not in the way it did when it was hungry, but in a more gentle way. The vines no longer strangle the life around them. The trees bend their branches toward the sky, as though breathing again for the first time in centuries. The air smells fresher, the earth more vibrant. The wanderer tells me that the forest will never be the same as it once was. The hunger that drove it to consume has been broken, but that doesn't mean it's gone forever. The forest is learning how to coexist with itself, how to heal its own wounds, just as we are learning to heal ours. We don't have to destroy it, the wanderer says, their voice quiet but resolute. The forest doesn't have to be an enemy, can be part of the world, not a prison. But it needs our help. It needs us to understand it, to listen to it. I nod, feeling the weight of their words sink into me. It's true, the forest has been more than just a prison. It has been a living, breathing entity, one that is capable of change, of transformation. And in this transformation, we, too, are reborn. As the days pass, the wanderer and I begin to map out our path forward. Not through the destruction of the forest, but through its rebirth. We will help it heal just as we are healing. We will learn to live with it, to understand its cycles and rhythms. The forest may never be entirely free of its hunger, but it no longer has to consume, can grow and change just as we are. I no longer see the forest as a prison. It is a part of the world, just as we are. And though the scars of its past may never fully fade, there is hope for something new. A future where the forest and humanity can coexist, no longer bound by the cycle of destruction and consumption. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the clearing, I take a deep breath, the air now rich with the scent of earth and new growth. We have broken the cycle. We have found a way to move forward together. And in that, there is something powerful, something worth fighting for. The past doesn't just vanish, no matter how much you wish it would. It lingers, like the scent of smoke in the air long after the fire has burned out. It clings to you, silent but heavy, a shadow that refuses to be shaken. Even now, as the forest around us shifts, as the trees stretch toward the sun in their slow, deliberate dance of rebirth, I can feel it, the weight of what came before. The hunger of the forest is gone, but the memories remain. I stand at the edge of the clearing, watching the vines sway gently in the wind. They don't writhe with the same hunger they once did, but there's still a quiet sense of movement, of life pushing against the boundaries of what the forest was before. The roots of the trees, once twisted and gnashing, now seem to hold the earth with a kind of reverence, as if they too are remembering their own part in the cycle. I touch my chest, where the scars from the forest's grip still linger, the marks of its influence. The vines might not reach for me anymore, but their memory is etched into my skin. Every breath I take reminds me of that hunger, the suffocating pull that kept me trapped for so long. Healing, I realize, is not about forgetting. It's about living with what you've lost and learning how to move with it, without letting it consume you. The wanderer stands beside me, their presence a quiet comfort in this place that has become both home and stranger to us. They are different now too. They were once as much a prisoner of this place as I was, their past marked by the same hunger that drove me. But like me, they found a way out. Still, I can see it in their eyes. There's something haunted there, something that hasn't quite healed. The weight of their own past, their own journey through the forest's twisted grip, lingers in them as well. What happened before? I ask, my voice tentative. I don't know if they're ready to speak of it, but something inside me needs to understand. The wanderer has always been a source of mystery, and I find myself wondering what kind of ghosts they carry with them. The wanderer looks away, their gaze drifting to the trees, where the shadows lengthen as the day fades. It's not easy to talk about, they say, their voice low. The forest has a way of twisting memories, of making you think you're someone you're not. At least that's what happened to me. I came here looking for something, answers maybe, or just a way out of my own life. But the forest doesn't give you what you expect. It gives you what it wants. I listen carefully, sensing there is more to their story. I can feel their hesitation, the way they've learned to bury the worst of it under layers of silence. But there's a rawness in their voice now, something I hadn't heard before. I thought I could leave everything behind. The wanderer continues. My family, my past, but the forest doesn't let you forget. It remembers everything you try to hide. It feeds on it, on the things you thought you could outrun. I thought I could outlast it. But in the end, the only thing left was the hunger. Their voice falters for a moment, and they fall silent. I don't press them further. I know that pain, that feeling of being trapped in your own memories, unable to escape. I didn't know who I was anymore, the wanderer says, their eyes distant. I didn't even know if I wanted to remember. It was easier to just let the forest take me, to let it shape me into something new. Something empty. I nod, understanding the fear of forgetting yourself, of being swallowed whole by something bigger than you. The forest has a way of doing that, of making you feel like you're nothing more than a fragment of someone you once knew. But then they look at me, and their eyes soften. But you broke free, they say, their voice steadying. And I did too. We're still here. That means something. I feel the weight of their words settle over me. Healing from the past isn't about erasing it. It's about living with it, about reclaiming your own story and not letting the forest or any other force define it for you. The days pass, and the forest continues its slow, quiet transformation. It's as though everything here is learning, recovering from the damage done by the hunger, but the process is slow. The air is fresher, but there's still a tinge of the past lingering, just beneath the surface. The forest has its scars, and so do we. I sit beneath the ancient tree in the clearing, the one that seemed to hold the heart of the forest. I close my eyes and let the memories flood over me, not with the intention of drowning in them, but to acknowledge them. The fear, the suffocating grip of the vines, the endless loop of false memories that the forest fed me, until I couldn't tell where I ended and the forest began. But the past, I realize, isn't something that can be forgotten. It's something that we have to learn to live with, to integrate into who we are now. We are no longer bound to it, but we are still shaped by it. I open my eyes and look around. The clearing is bathed in golden light, and for the first time, it doesn't feel like a place of trapped energy. It feels like a space of possibility. The trees, though ancient, are not just symbols of the past. They are living, breathing things, and their roots reach deep into the earth, holding on to the lessons of what they've endured. In a way, we are the same. I don't know when the change happened, but one morning I wake up and feel different. The memories of the forest, the hunger, the hallucinations, the sense of being trapped, are still there, but they don't control me anymore. They don't have the same power. Instead, I feel a kind of peace. The forest is not gone. It never will be. But it no longer has a hold on me. And I know that the healing process is far from over. It will take time, just like the forest's slow regeneration. It will take patience and effort, but it's possible. I look over at the wanderer, who stands across from me, staring into the distance. There is a softness in their expression now, a sense of resolution that wasn't there before. They too are healing, though I know they still carry the weight of their past. It will always be with them, just as it will always be with me. We're not the same, I say quietly. The forest has changed, and so have we. The wanderer nods, their eyes warm. Yes, but we're still here, and that's enough. Healing, I've learned, is not a straight line. There are days when the past comes rushing back, when the weight of old memories presses down so heavily that it feels impossible to move forward. But there are also days when the past fades into the background, and for a brief moment you can breathe without the chains, without the fear. The forest is healing, yes, but so are we. Each step we take is a step toward understanding what happened to us, and how we can use that understanding to shape our future. The forest may never be free of its past, and neither will we. But we are free to move forward. We are free to choose who we are and who we want to be. The past is a part of us, but it no longer controls us. And that is the beginning of healing. Healing is not a singular moment, a breakthrough where everything magically falls into place. It's a long road, winding, uncertain, and often filled with detours. I've come to learn that this journey doesn't just end because we decide it should. It's a path that demands patience, resilience, and the willingness to face what we thought was behind us. Each day that passes here in the forest, we are reminded of that truth. The vines stretch their tendrils out, seeking the sunlight, testing the air, testing the soil. The trees creak and groan with age, but they do not fall. They hold steady, despite everything they've endured. The forest, though once twisted by hunger, is learning to grow again, slowly, one careful root at a time. And so are we. The days blur together. The sky changes from deep blue to soft gold, and then to the muted hues of dusk. The wanderer and I have settled into a rhythm of sorts, living here in the clearing beneath the ancient tree. It's quiet, eerily so. But it's not the suffocating silence of a place that is empty. It's the silence of a place that is healing, both the forest and us. In that quiet, we work. The wanderer has started gathering herbs, learning which plants are safe and which ones could still be dangerous. They study the roots, the vines, the leaves that surround us. They've always been resourceful, but now there's a calm about them. Purpose. They no longer look over their shoulder, expecting the forest to turn on them at any moment. There's a quiet trust in their movements now. I've spent my time working the soil, clearing away the remnants of the forest's twisted past. Dead leaves, old vines, the remnants of the cycle. I plant new things, seeds that may never grow, but I plant them anyway. The act of planting is an act of hope. I plant with the belief that something new will rise from this broken ground, even if I can't see it right away. But even in this work, there are days when the past creeps back in. I wake in the middle of the night sometimes, heart pounding, remembering the suffocating grip of the vines, the sense of being trapped in a place where time didn't exist, where there was no escape. The memories claw at me like a fading nightmare, and for a moment, I wonder if we've truly escaped it all. I thought we were done with this. I murmur one evening, my hands resting on the earth. The wanderer glances over at me, their face shadowed by the flickering light of the fire. We are, they reply softly. But healing doesn't happen all at once. You can't rush it. There's wisdom in their words, but that doesn't make it any easier. I still feel the echoes of the forest inside me. Its hunger, its voices, its grip. Some days, I wake up and wonder if we've made a mistake, if the forest can truly heal, or if, like us, it's just learning how to live with its scars. The old part of the forest, the part that feels like a prison, still lingers in the depths, out of sight but never far. The vines that once reached for us are still there, curling beneath the earth, just out of reach, but always present. There's something about the way the forest breathes, the way it shifts, that reminds me of the hunger that once dominated it. I'm starting to realize that healing isn't about completely erasing the past. It's about learning to live with it. The forest may never be free of the hunger, but it has learned to coexist with it. It no longer dominates, no longer consumes, but it still pulses beneath the surface, a reminder that nothing can truly escape its history. I glance over at the wanderer, who has been unusually quiet today. Their eyes are distant, their face drawn. They're struggling, I can tell. Are you okay? I ask, my voice soft. The wanderer doesn't answer right away, their gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sun is beginning to set, in a wash of purple and orange. Finally, they speak, their voice low. I keep thinking about the past, they say, a note of frustration creeping into their tone. It's like no matter what I do, it's always there. Every time I close my eyes, I see it. The hunger, the vines. I nod, understanding completely. I've had the same thoughts. Those nights when the memories come rushing back, those flashes of fear and suffocation. It doesn't go away, I say. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe it's about learning to live with it instead of running from it. The wanderer looks at me then, their eyes searching mine, as if trying to understand what I mean. They open their mouth as though to say something, but then hesitate. Maybe you're right, they murmur. But some days it's hard. It's hard to remember a life before this. I reach over, placing my hand on theirs. I don't know what's ahead, I say quietly. But I know this. We don't have to face it alone. As the weeks stretch into months, I begin to feel the weight of the journey settle on me. The days spent in the clearing are peaceful, but beneath the quiet lies a constant tension, a sense that the forest is not entirely free of its past. It's like living in the shadow of a storm that's never quite passed, the air still thick with the promise of rain. Some days I want to run. The past still pulls at me, still whispers in the edges of my mind, reminding me of everything I was trying to escape. The hunger, the lies, the endless loops of false memories. What if we haven't truly escaped? What if we're just walking in circles, convinced that we've broken free when we haven't? But then I remember something the wanderer said. Healing doesn't happen all at once. And I hold on to that. I hold on to the idea that, while the past will always be with us, it doesn't have to control us. We are not defined by the things that have hurt us. We are not the sum of our wounds. We are more than that. One morning, after a long stretch of difficult days, I stand at the edge of the forest, looking out over the horizon. The sky is clear, the sun rising in a wash of gold and pink. The air is crisp, and the first hint of autumn stirs in the breeze. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the journey in my chest, in my bones. It hasn't been easy. The past is still there, sometimes just beneath the surface, ready to rise up and pull me back into its grip. But today, Today feels different. I turn to the wanderer who is standing beside me, looking out at the same horizon. Do you think we're ready? I ask, my voice quiet but firm. The wanderer smiles, a faint, weary smile. I don't know, they say, but I think we're ready to try. And that's enough. We stand together, side by side, looking into the future. The road ahead is uncertain. There are still moments when the past threatens to overwhelm us, to pull us back into the darkness. But we've come this far. We've learned to move with the pain, to live with the scars. And though the road ahead may be long, it's one we're walking together. Because healing isn't just about moving forward. It's about moving through the difficult moments, the dark days, the memories that never truly go away. It's about accepting the journey, no matter how uncertain, no matter how slow. And so we walk, one step at a time. The forest has changed. It no longer feels like the suffocating trap it once was. The air is different now, clean, open, as if it's breathing a new kind of life. The vines no longer crawl with the same oppressive hunger. Instead, they wind around the trees in delicate spirals, like an intricate dance. The trees themselves stand tall and steady, their leaves a rich green, the air around them infused with the faint scent of pine and earth. It's been years since the hunger faded, years since we first stumbled into this place as broken souls searching for an escape. Since then, the forest has transformed, and so have we. I look around at the clearing where we've made our home. The earth here is soft and fertile now, the land no longer poisoned by the forest's malevolent grip. The once silent space is filled with the quiet hum of life, birds singing in the trees, the sound of insects moving through the underbrush, the rustle of leaves in the wind. It's peaceful now. The wanderer is beside me, their hands stained with soil as they tend to the garden we've cultivated. There's a stillness in them, a quiet contentment. They've found something here, something they couldn't find before. I think I have too. The past has its way of lingering, of appearing when you least expect it, like a shadow stretching long across the horizon. I've learned to accept it, to let it sit beside me without letting it control me. But there are moments when I still feel its weight. When I wake in the middle of the night, my heart racing, as memories, sharp, jagged memories, flash through my mind. The hunger, the choking grip of the vines, the hallucinations that made me question everything I knew. I hear the forest in my dreams sometimes, the whisper of its breath, the rustle of its leaves. It's still there, beneath the surface, like a heartbeat, but it doesn't control me anymore. It's a part of me, not something I need to fear. The wanderer feels it too. I see it in the way their hands sometimes tremble when they think no one is looking, the way their gaze drifts, unfocused, when a familiar scent or sound triggers a memory they don't want to remember. It's always there, isn't it? I say one evening, as we sit together under the canopy of trees, the sky above us slowly darkening into dusk. The wanderer looks over at me, their face somber. Yeah, they reply quietly, but it doesn't have to rule us anymore. We've learned how to live with it. They pause, their eyes distant. That's the hardest part. Letting go without forgetting. I don't know if I'll ever forget what happened here, but I don't have to live in it anymore. There's a day, not too long after the conversation, when something inside me shifts. The clearing we've called home feels like it's no longer a place of refuge for me. It has become a place of comfort, yes, but also a reminder of everything I've endured. There's a new sense of freedom in the air, one that I didn't know I was searching for. I look at the wanderer, who stands next to me as we gaze at the horizon. The wind has picked up, rustling through the trees, and for the first time in a long while, I feel a pull in my chest. A pull towards something beyond this place, beyond these trees. I think it's time to leave, I say, the words feeling strange on my tongue, but somehow right. The wanderer turns to me, their face a mixture of surprise and something else. Hope. They've spent so long in the forest, carving out a life here, learning to survive after everything that happened. And now they are looking toward the same uncertain future I am. You're sure? They ask, their voice quiet but steady. I'm sure, I reply. We've been here long enough. We've healed in a way. But there's a whole world out there, waiting for us. A world that isn't bound by the forest's chains. The wanderer looks around the clearing, their gaze lingering on the trees that have seen us through so much. I never thought I'd want to leave here, they say, almost to themselves. But maybe it's time. Maybe we don't need to keep running from the past. Maybe we just need to keep moving forward. I nod, feeling the weight of their words settle inside me. The past will always be with us, yes. But the future? The future is ours to shape. We stand at the edge of the forest, the clearing behind us, the open world before us. The trees, now just a memory in the distance, sway gently in the wind, their branches bending toward us as if to bid us farewell. The earth beneath our feet is solid, steady, and the path ahead is clear. The wanderer takes a step forward, their eyes bright with a mixture of uncertainty and determination. I follow them, step by step, until we are walking together toward the unknown. We don't know what lies ahead. We don't know what we'll face in the world beyond the forest. But we know one thing for sure: we are no longer the people who walked into the forest all those years ago, desperate for escape. We are stronger than that, wiser. We've learned how to live with our scars, how to move through the pain instead of letting it define us. And maybe, just maybe, we'll find something else out there. A place where we can finally breathe without the weight of the past pulling us down. The road ahead is long, but we've learned to take it one step at a time, together,